We are going to go back to the D15. What have we done? Because I did D15, yeah. Normally I would do D15, or I would do Lair, Orc, and then D15 in that order, but in this case there was a Warlord in Orc 1, so I decided to just postpone it a bit. And now we're gonna have to go into Lair branches. Very unfortunately, one of the branches that I have is a Spider, but I do have a Young Poisonous Handbook that I haven't picked up. Oh, wait. I don't think I completed D6. Yeah, I forgot to do D6. Look at this D6. Look at that. That's a bit ridiculous for D6. Um, Unfortunately, we don't really have much of an issue with these guys now. I can just flame wave, and my flame wave actually deals very decent damage because I have 45 intelligence. So there's that. In fact, I have so much intelligence that it might be like not a terrible idea to increase the strength from now on. Um, and just go through the game like that, increasing strength and eventually wearing heavy armor. Because at the end of the day, demigods are like the masters of casting high level spells in heavy armor. They get ridiculously powerful as the game progresses. Okay. The entrance to the temple was on D6. Fortunately, I care very little about the temple being a demigod. Yep, gods do not appeal to this character for sure. They're really fun, but they do not appeal to this character, so let us continue. It is D6. Oh sure, Maggie. We can definitely fight you. Like, I'm a bit surprised that I got mesmerized by Maggie. 11%, and it happened immediately, but we can kill Maggie very easily with 3 fireballs. Um, Yeah, and she had a Morningstar Flaming and Steam scales, but I didn't have the ability to fight her when I first saw her. Maybe I would have been able to with this scroll vulnerability and just going for paralysis, but it doesn't really matter. Anyway, let us read this identify on that. Oh, I forgot to check if we can, if that is something that you can disable. We finally found a potion of mutation, and I have like one of the worst mutations in the game for such a nice spellcaster. So I just went for drinking it. I got clarity, and apparently the best mutation in the game theoretically, because it's gonna give you 2 good mutations, evolution. As you gain experience, your body's hidden potential will express itself in the form of new beneficial mutations. And this is reminiscent of the demon spawn. You don't get demon spawn mutations; they are definitely not permanent. But it is very reminiscent of Demon Spawn in the sense that gain experience to get good mutations. Mm, so yeah, theoretically it's the best because it's guaranteed to give you 2 good mutations. But in practice, it's gonna give you like horns or something that you definitely don't want, and something else. What do I have on my helmet? It's a +2 helmet only. You know, if I was to lose that, I would not be so mad. Yeah, imagine losing the boots. If I lost the boots, I would be so mad. Because those boots are absolutely exquisite, let me tell you. Let me get rid of this ring of evasion. We don't need that. We're also not going to be using the poison darts. Um, This little targeter thingy is completely useless, let me tell you. I don't like it because like you can move it around and it highlights things, but then you press enter and it doesn't drop the thing that you highlighted. And I don't know. I really look forward to disabling it. I just haven't figured out how to do it. Um, and I'm probably gonna forget after I am done streaming, to be completely honest, because that kind of thing happens quite frequently. So, with that being said, we are going to go do. We are gonna go do swamp. Swamp might be easy. Let's take a look at it. I have a fireball. It deals crazy damage. 3 dice of 20. So that's like the amount of damage that some monsters can deal with damnation with my normal fireball. Of course, monsters do resist it. And wow, was that a double 1% miscast? Huh. Well, that's a thing that doesn't happen very frequently. I have it at 1%. Interesting. Sure. Not much to do about it. Sometimes you miscast a spell at 1% 2 times in a row, and so you're out of mana. But then you remember that you have mana regen, so you don't have the issue that normally you would have as a spellcaster without mana. You just run away a bit, gain back all your mana, and then press tab once and proceed to one shot a yak that was at full HP with your zero skill staff. The elemental staff is an absurd weapon. It's ridiculously good. Before I go in there, I think I skipped a part of a level. Was it D13? Oh, D13 was D13 had a shadow dragon. We cannot do that yet. Yeah, D13 had a shadow dragon that I just didn't fight. D14 had a huge bolt that was kind of bad that I did end up doing regardless, and I'm pretty sure it had something good for me. No, it didn't. It actually didn't have anything good for me. It had a nice weapon that I found after finding the elemental stuff, so I didn't really even think about it. So yeah, we are going to go do swamp, as I mentioned. Yep, no more delays this time. This time we're actually doing swamp. So here we are. You know, it's nice that swamp is so comprised of trees. We can continue um, the flavor of this character of just like deforestation. Yeah, because I have been destroying so many trees with this character. This is gonna be the third part of the game where I have been destroying trees. First, the end one of the lair endings had it was a forest ending, so I was forced to destroy the trees pretty much. And when I say I was forced, I literally mean that I was forced because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do that bolt because it was too dangerous for me to just fight while surrounded by fire. It's very funny because when I did that, I didn't have any resistance to fire. Now I have 3 pips of it, and it was because I did that I got 3 pips of fire resistance. At some point, I should train my skill in these things and stapes. Yeah, so I can swing the elemental staff faster. It's really a fantastic weapon, but it scales with being able to swing it faster, of course. It already deals crazy damage. I have negative slaying too, because I have the Cloak of the Thief, and this is like the one weapon where you can kinda get away with pressing tab after wearing an item that gives you negative slaying. Let me tell you that the Cloak of the Thief is not an item that I like very much. If I was given the choice, I think I have a very reasonable chance to just replace it um, with a +2 cloak. Yeah, I don't like the fog that much. Especially because it's not controllable. When it was evocable, that was some ridiculous thing. It was truly powerful when it was evocable. Now that it's not evocable anymore, it's kind of whack. It can trigger in situations where you don't want it to trigger. I have already had it happen. Pretty much whenever a stone giant throws a rock at me, I have it trigger and I don't want it to trigger. Bonjour, comme ça va? Comme ça va? I'm doing well. Funny thing, let me tell you, je ne parle pas français, mais je parle anglais et espagnol. Yep, I can tell you that. Mm, so yeah, have I ever told you about this? I studied French for 5 years. Actually, 5 years. It was 3 years of middle school and then 2 years of high school, and I never learned French. Like I never properly learned French. I only barely got through, and I guess I didn't really get through because I had to repeat it in high school. I didn't just drop out of high school immediately. I repeated my first year of high school because of things, and then after that I was like, this is really making me unhappy, so I didn't do it. But part of that high school education that I didn't really complete was French, and you know what was really demotivating about French? It's relatively useless. Like I was expecting to just go for French. Oh, I still remember it. When I entered middle school, I was given the choice: English or French, because that's how the middle school worked. And I said I want a challenge, so let's go for French because I already know English. And that was a big mistake because I very quickly found out that I didn't really like French and that it was also something that I found to be relatively useless to me. The only reason why I got it so much into English up to the point where I was actually able to learn the language properly was because back then I played Yu-Gi-Oh! So I wanted to learn how to properly play the game, reading the cards, reading the manual. So I learned French or I learned English like that. But for French there was nothing like that. Yep, and that was a big issue when it came to learning French. Motivation is really a huge factor in whatever you want to do in life. You need to properly learn French so you can become a politician and take over Canada. Understandable. Understandable. Can't tell you that I've been there, but I understand it. Excuse me. I got pulled away from the stairs. Wow, that was pretty crazy. How did that happen? Where even are the stairs? Yeah, the stairs should be right here. Did I got trampled by the swamp dragon actually? Oh, I did. That's crazy. I was really not expecting that. Mm, I have Starburst in a shop. I should probably buy that. Feeling like, for example, in this situation, Starburst would be very good. These things barely have any evasion, and I cannot really fireball in melee range. Well, I can, but it deals damage to me. Yeah, the damage can very easily pile up, as you can see. Oof, and here we have the Cloak of the Thief reducing the options that I have when it comes to blinking. I really don't enjoy using the Cloak of the Thief because of these things. I don't have Holy Word. Holy Word would be good here. Most of these guys are affected by it. The Bug Body and all the zombies, including this Bungee zombie. No wonder I'm taking so much damage. Let's do blinking instead. And you may be thinking, won't the swamp worm pull you? And the answer is no. The swamp worm will not pull me because it cannot see me. Okay, please don't notice me, Roxanne. Okay, you noticed me, but you didn't blink me close to you, so that's pretty good. That was relatively scary, let me tell you. The swamp drake zombie or dragon, I guess, zombie almost made the whole ordeal very annoying and complicated. Let's see, Starburst 4%, 6 dice of 14, and 5 pips of accuracy, whatever that is supposed to mean. Um, yeah, I'm just not gonna use it against the Spriggans, and I'm gonna hope that it's okay. Okay, we can actually do this now. Did I get affected or not affected? But I released fog again. I'm really not such a fan of that. Let's see. We can have Starburst there. It's not an issue. And that deals good damage. That's the good stuff. Let's go upstairs. Rest to full HP. Come back down. And it's very interesting. This swamp tree has been relatively dangerous. Yeah, I would say that this is one of the first levels in the game where I have been somewhat afraid of dying with this character. I did have to use a scroll blinking after all. Scroll noise. We're gonna leave that right on the floor. Mm. So I could wear these swamp scales, and I'm pretty sure they would not really hinder my spellcasting that much. Um, but I don't want to lose the 8 intelligence. I feel like the hindering my spellcasting part would come from losing the 8 intelligence more than from putting on heavier armor than Rove. By the way, I have no idea how I have 20 armor class with Rove, but it's probably because of the elemental stuff. Yep, I was thinking that yesterday too, how I had such good defenses with such questionable gear when it comes to getting defenses, of course, because the rope that I have right now is it's actually really good. Like the only downside that it had was that it was made me weak to fire, right? But I have 4 pips of fire resistance now, so that weakness to fire really doesn't do anything right now. Um, so that's a really nice thing. Okay, gonna walk away from that. I find it interesting that the mangroves seem to just leave tiles of shallow water if you burn them. I think it would be interesting if the mangroves were resistant to burning or just like straight up immune to burning. It would only make sense if they are like so wet. It's actually kind of hard to burn wood that is like healthy wood because it's so wet. Mm, needs to be very dry for you to be able to burn it. Mm, okay, so 13 ice magic. We're getting pretty close to refrigeration. I might already be able to cast it actually. After all, I have 45 intelligence. Let's take a look at that. It's on my scroll of acquirement. Refrigeration, 6% chance to fail for dice of 16. That seems perfectly castable to me. I'm gonna get it right now. Yeah, wait a second. Before I get it, I don't have any spell levels, right? Yeah, there's no point in getting it then because I would have to amnesia things in order to be able to learn it. Okay, hold on. I can definitely amnesia Hailstorm, and maybe I could even amnesia Flame Wave. I could also amnesia, scorch, freeze, and probably inner flame too, but I don't know if I want to do those. And I could also consider amnesiaing frozen ramparts, but I think that's mostly because, or like I'm only even thinking about doing that because I am in swamp, and in swamp there's nothing that I can do when it comes to frozen ramparts. Like I really cannot use it, so. Maybe later in the game, Frozen Ramparts will become useful again. And I know that I have had it. I know that I have had it be really, really good. Even at later points in the game in the past. Anyway, we are going to forget about Hailstorm and quite probably Scorch and Freeze. We have four scrolls of Amnesia. I feel like we shouldn't use them on the low level spells. I'm definitely forgetting Hailstorm. Hailstorm is a pretty trash spell. Yeah, Hailstorm is one of those spells that will kind of get you out of the early game, but you will be very reluctant to use it as a whole. Like, you would prefer not to use it for sure because of how annoying it is. I really wish that it just hit something, that it just hit things next to you. It could be for like half damage or something, but as it is right now, it's either like really powerful or completely useless, and I despise that. Especially when we think about Throw Icicle, which was the old version of Hailstorm, very different from Hailstorm, but it was useful. As long as the monster was within range, it was useful, and the range was included being next to you, and Hailstorm doesn't really do that. So, yeah, that's kind of whack in my opinion. That's why I don't like to use that particular spell that much. Regardless, let's see what we can also amnesia apart from that. Thinking about Flame Wave, yeah, I'm gonna forget about Flame Wave. After all, I have Fireball, I have Starburst. Flame Wave doesn't even deal that much damage. Flame Wave 100% to dice of 14, that's pretty beautiful. Goodbye Flame Wave, hello Refrigeration. Righty, hello Refrigeration. And we also have Ignition. We have a pretty promising future as a very powerful spellcaster here. Let me tell you. Last time I played a demigod, I think I went for 14 runes too, and I'm starting to consider that with this character because of my spell set. Like I have Ignition and I have Refrigeration, and I will have them really, really, really soon. Um, so yeah, that's a pretty good indicator of a powerful character. Unfortunately, I do not have enough willpower to be comfortable when it comes to fighting Louise. I'm gonna go for Phantom Mirror. Apparently, it reflected Louise, but I don't know where the reflection is. I'm gonna just cross my fingers and hope that 10% is enough to deal with Louise. It's probably not gonna be enough. Just like spoiler alert. It is what it is. Unfortunately, because I used Condenser Bane and I got Clouds of Freezing, I cannot really Fireball. On the other hand, I should Fireball. Yeah, on the other hand, we should be more proactive when it comes to killing Louise. Okay, we resist banishment. That's pretty lucky. Do you have like fire resistance? Oh, you don't have anything. Yeah, Luis always generates with really good armor and also fire resistance, or really good, not really good armor, sorry, a really good weapon and a tower shield. So for some reason, Luis gets everything. I feel like it's very not flavorful considering how the Abyss doesn't really give you items or things anymore. Despite the fact that I have the resistance, Nicola might be terrifying, might be completely and absolutely terrifying. Um, this is really not the kind of fight that I would like to take at this point in the game, or like with this amount of HP. Let's see, 3 pips of willpower, 12 evocations. I could go for, oh, I could read vulnerability if I had one. I don't have any, so Curer. So at least you don't spam me with the chain lightning. Misses. Chain lightning. It didn't hit me. It went in the opposite direction. Okay, we're not gonna say no to that. We take those. Um, yeah, the wisdom of the ancients. We take those. Doesn't corrode Nicola, the acid, that's unfortunate. I'm gonna go for acid again. There we go. We get corrosion. Nicola has no armor class now, and so we should be able to ideally be able to outdamage Nicola. So here's the thing. My my character has resistance to electricity, and I'm still terrified of Nicola Chain Lightning. Monster Chain Lightning is pretty absurd now. Now that player Chain Lightning was also buffed, of course. Okay, Starburst. Starburst, severely wounded. I wonder if I should go for Fireballs instead. The moment that a Starburst misses, I'm gonna be pretty sad. I'm not gonna lie here. Okay, there we go. That's crazy. I cannot believe that I just killed Luis and Nicola before taking any damage. Like, I actually didn't take any damage from fighting the two of them. And it was pretty crazy because at some point I was pretty much fighting the two of them at the same time. A couple of turns before killing Luis, Nicola appeared on the screen, and I was feeling like I was in trouble. Okay. It's that was pretty funny. We hit an exploration trap that marked me in a level that was devoid of monsters, so that was pretty good. Okay, so normally I would not be very happy to do the ending of Swamp, but this character really will not have any issues doing it because it is a very powerful fire elementalist, and nothing here really resists fire. I think this is the only thing that does. And as you can see, it only has 40 HP, so it shouldn't really be that much of an issue to kill it, despite the fact that it has fire resistance. Starburst, Starburst. You kill the LA Onoma. We get Wand of Charming, not bad. Um, Bungie are pretty scary. They hit really hard. Okay, low on mana, go upstairs, heal to, or not heal, but rest of full mana. And I am literally fighting outside of the door of the room bolt. Sorry, so might as well be a good idea to reposition. Yep, might as well reposition there. I have to mention I don't have poison resistance, and so that is kind of bad. Do I have blink? Because blink could be very good for dealing with these situations where I am standing in a cloud of poison. I do not have that, so I need to devote 2 turns to stepping away from the poison, because poison is like that nowadays. And that is not what I wanted to see, but that's perfectly fine actually, because I have clarity, so I won't be confused from this, and I will also not be getting hit by the poison from the swamp dragon while standing on these clouds. So that's a really good thing at the end of the day. I wonder why it's marked as a dangerous cloud like in the Hoth, but it's not really dangerous because it won't confuse me. Does it deal damage to stand on Meph? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Oh, interesting. I wonder if it's something that should be bug reported. No longer standing on the cloud of Meph. Okay, we have a tentacled monstrosity. I'm not too worried about it. What I'm worried about is the swamp dragons continuously doing that. They're getting out of control, those swamp dragons. I have 5 potions of resistance. It might be a good idea to use one of those, but then again, I'm also gonna be at pretty much half HP by the time the poison ends. So it might be an even better idea just to not take this fight and read a scroll teleport. The issue is that I'm gonna be reading teleport into or in a level that has been barely explored, so that's pretty terrible. 42 damage, jeez. 42 damage from Bolt of Cold. It was not really only from Bolt of Cold, it was also from. Um, oh, no, never mind. It was a Leonoma spray of wooden splinters, Bolt of Cold, and also the poison. That's what made me take so much damage. And if I took 42, I can take 42 again, so let's just drink a safety curing. For good luck, I mean. Okay, that's a pretty decent teleport. And that was the correct thing to do, to just go for the teleport. I wasn't even thinking about the possibility of getting hit so hard the next turn, but it very evidently happened. So I guess I just got lucky with my decision there. Um, okay, good stuff. We get rid of the Shambling Mangrove with 2 casts of that. I guess, is it weak to fire, the Shambling Mangrove? I think it is. I might not be right, but let's make sure. Shambling. It is not weak to fire. In that case, Thorn Hunters might be. Yeah, Thorn Hunters are the ones that are weak to fire. Those guys are so scary. You know, Depths should have more high-level monsters that are like the boss monsters of their branch. For example, I think Depths could have Broth Mothers and Yorogumo, Emperor Scorpions. It could have just like an assortment of monsters from throughout the entirety of the game that have made you feel like you're in danger. And Turn Hunters and Shambling Mangroves are exactly that. So that's why I thought of that actually. I feel like those monsters, many monsters in Crawl are, in my opinion, underutilized, and it might be nice to see them in a branch in the late game. Yeah, Depths already has its own like unique monsters in the form of juggernauts and other nasty things like that. Most giants are also unique to Depths nowadays, so those could be like the relatively high level monsters, and the like monsters that used to be dangerous in earlier parts of the game could be like the less dangerous monsters, but still pretty dangerous after all. I don't think there's a point in the game where Taunt Hunters and Shambling Mangroves stop being completely threatening, because apart from the damage that they deal, which they do deal a fair amount of damage, they also have the ability to do negative things to you apart from taking or from dealing damage. For example, the Shambling Mangroves can constrict you and make it hard for you to run away if the need arises. Thorn Hunters can also summon walls of brambles, and they can literally prevent you from just running away, physically prevent you from running away. Okay, I got a bit worried with that Swamp Dragon. Doing this without poison resistance is really terrifying, because you're like one breath weapon away from having to reposition, and then you are in the same situation all over again. Like, even if you reposition, well, there's no guarantee that the dragon won't just go for another breath weapon and make you have to reposition again, and then you're in a pretty tough spot. It's kind of like with the Catoblepas and their clouds of petrification, but even worse, because the clouds of petrification only are like a one tile wide beam, and the clouds take up a much larger area. Okay, let's see what we can do against this fellow tentacled monstrosity. Mm, I could go for fireballs. Yeah, the issue is that it's resistant to everything. So whatever I try to do might not be mana efficient enough. I'm gonna go for Starburst, because Starburst deals way more damage than Fireball. If it hits, I mean. This is not going well. This is actually going kind of bad now. Gonna poke it just to like burn some turns, and then go for Starburst again. Gonna poke it again just to burn some turns. Gonna go for Starburst. We kill pretty much everything. I need Fireball. Fireball doesn't kill the Leonoma. I get hit for 18. For 18, that doesn't seem right. Was it really only 18? Okay, sure. It was only 18. I thought, or rather, that felt like it was way more than 18. Hello, Railbird. Good to see you around. Thank you for stopping by. Um, Here we are playing Demigod Ice Elementalist, getting poisoned at 68 HP, forcing me to use a potion of resistance because curing poison doesn't really do that much nowadays. With the velocity at which the poison starts functioning, it's pretty crazy how ridiculous poison is nowadays. Yep. Oh, come on. I need to rest. I have 9 mana. I don't have enough mana to be able to fight that thing, I'm pretty sure. Gonna go for Starburst here. Doesn't kill. Gonna go for another one. Doesn't kill. I do have mana regen. And I have 2 pips of cold resistance, I'm pretty sure. So I have no fear when it comes to this guy. I don't think this guy has the ability to kill me. Okay, there we go. Get me out of here. Because that fight dealt a lot of damage to me. Okay, back to full HP and back into the fray we go. We need to continue deforestating because apparently that's the theme for this Ice Elementalist, just deforestating. Good old Ice Elementalists. They are so good. Oh, nice. 15 Ice Magic. Also, Kubo's Refrigeration is at 2%. I want it at 1%. I could just quiver it now, actually. But it costs 7 mana. That's really not something that you can have on the quiver. Fireball kinda like toes the line. Hello, K-Man. Good to see you around. Thank you for stopping by. Here we have an Earth Elemental for some reason, we have an Earth Elemental that is immune to electricity, poison, fire, cold, negative energy, torment, and resistant to drowning. You keep dying when your character gets too OP. Time to go slower. Going slower is very good. I find that I have a similar issue. I also die more when my characters are powerful, and it takes me very long to play the game and to go through a weaker character. But I usually win those once I get past a certain point in the game. This sucks. I cannot kill that thing. I literally can't kill that thing. I don't have anything that allows me to kill that thing. I guess I could wield Leech with 0 skill. It would be bad, but I could do that. I'll do it. Oh, but it drains you. It drains you on wielding. That sucks. Then I really don't know what I could do to deal with this Earth Elemental. If only I had LRD, but I do not have that. Yeah, or zombie hands could be decent. Like, I have zombie hands, but I just didn't go for them. This character has a very nice assortment of spells, let me tell you. It has a Stone Arrow, and it got it early. It has Crystal Spear. It has Iron Shot. I guess Crystal Spear is not good, but you know, I have the whole family of single target physical damage conjurations that deal a lot of damage. I have LRD. Do I have LRD actually? I don't know if I have LRD. Okay, if it's not here, it might be under Roxanne because I got Roxanne and therefore I got Statue Form. But I don't know if I got LRD in that book because I haven't killed Roxanne and I don't think I'm gonna kill Roxanne because I don't think this character cares too much about getting Statue Form. So yeah, I have no way to kill an Earth Elementalist or an Earth Elemental, and that's truly a shame. Fortunately for me, these guys are really like not abundant. But it really sucks that I cannot kill it because now it is more an annoyance than an actual threat. Of course, the only way that an Earth Elemental will be a threat to you is if it's next to you and you're surrounded by them. Then it's gonna be a threat. Otherwise, you can just continue to walk away constantly, and you are pretty much guaranteed to to be able to run away from them indefinitely. Probably should have gone for a Succubus armor. Look at that, I have 33 armor class, and I'm getting hit by two 8-headed Hydras, which is kind of dangerous. But I have 33 armor class, I should be okay. One of them didn't get hit. I find that very questionable because they don't have any evasion. Yeah, they have no armor class and very little evasion, so... Oh wait, it's fine, it's fine. I still killed them all. Fun thing about dying a lot is that you get to see some crazy randarts early on. Yeah, I guess with the new randarts that spawn early in the game. I want to see the axe. The axe sounds like a fantastic weapon to me. Like with pretty much any character, the axe sounds incredible. It's highly enchanted and it swings at 1.0 delay, being a war axe. So that's an excellent thing. Okay, Lerny, we should be able to kill you. 150 HP. It's just an Hydra with 27 heads and 150 HP. Okay, so sit here. Starburst. 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 Okay, it's almost dead. I can Fireball, and that kills, right? Imagine if I Fireball, it doesn't kill Lerny at almost dead, and it one-shots me from 139 HP. Imagine. I mean, it could happen. It would be miserable if it did happen. Fortunately, it didn't happen. Okay, let's just tap down this Elemental. Did that spawn with 27 heads? Yes, that's its thing. That's Lerny. It always spawns with 27 heads when it does generate. That's why it's a unique after all. Lerny. Yeah, you can also get a 27-headed Hydra zombie, but that one is less common than just getting Lerny. And by the way, the Crow community called Lerny even like pretty much a decade before Hades released. So I cannot wait for the day someone comes into the stream and says, "Do you call the Lernayan Hydra Lerny because of Hades?" And I'm gonna be like, "No, no." Is this thing frozen? Okay, it was kind of frozen, or maybe that was a lag spike. Doesn't matter. We can just do that again. All right, so now I would like to pick up the rune, and because I know there's an Earth Elemental in this level that I do not care about killing, I am just gonna leave. Now that we have my first rune, the time has come for me to do something else, like bolts. We should be fine in bolts. The elemental staff gives me all the resistances that I would be like interested in having for doing this place. Apart from willpower, but I have a willpower ring, so in that regard we should be okay. Theoretically, okay. I also have refrigeration for that red ugly thing because it's fire resistant. Fireballs won't really do a lot to it. Wizlav is right here. This is the Wizlav. Yeah, I would be very surprised if the Wizlav was here. Alrighty, I think the best way to go through this is to just go around. I mean, I cannot go through because for some reason that thing generated there. Interesting level generation. Anyway, okay, that's kind of bad. And that is a Warlord and 4 Knights. Refrigeration, and again, a third time, and then we can just finish off the Warlord with Fireball. It's very nice that we have refrigeration. That spell is so good. Okay, I'm gonna wait until it gets to 16, and then we're gonna go for training something else. Okay, hold on. I need to optimize my mana because I don't have that much. Went for double Starburst, didn't really kill that much. Went for refrigeration, didn't do a lot to the Frostheart. I have 2 pips of cold resistance from the staff, so I don't care about the Frostheart, and I just stab it with no skill in stapes. But 12 evocations. Yeah, at some point soon I should get a lot of evocations skill to make better use of the elemental staff. It also enhances my very powerful experience evocables that I already have, like the Tin of Tremor Stones, yeah, and the Condenser Bane. Both of them are really good. Okay, so I'm gonna try to rest here until full HP. We go in. The Roulette of Golubria. This has a tentacle, an Eldritch Tentacle in the middle. This has an Eldritch Tentacle in the middle, and it's very difficult for me to kill that. I was about to get out by accident. I don't know how I'm gonna kill that. It is immune to fire and cold, and I pretty much only have fire and cold. I have 10 of Tremor Stones, but I think it also has very good armor class. Yeah, it has 3 pips of armor class. It is even immune to acid. It's pretty crazy how powerful it is. Mm. Oh, I am standing next to Crystal. A wall of crystal. Has it always been called like that? Wasn't it supposed to be a crystal wall? Huh. No idea. Anyway, we have refrigeration, I guess, because I cannot fireball. I'm next to that guy, and we also cannot really do much other things. Um, it's very nice to be such a powerful character. Like, the game is telling me that this thing is extremely dangerous, and I know that it's not extremely dangerous to my character. So that just feels good. Gonna train spellcasting to 12 for more mana. Right now we have an amulet or a ring of mana that I would maybe be interested in replacing for something else later on. So I definitely want more mana um, to just be able to take off the ring and not feel the hit to my mana so much. Why Demigod? Because I like Demigod. Yeah, I don't think Demigod is that bad as people make it out to be. Like, look at my intelligence. I think that's all I have to say. Look at my intelligence. Um, I guess to be completely fair, we also have found like really good loot, but I still have 45 intelligence. That's like more than a deep elf would have at this point in the game, I think, with the amount of or with the loot that I have gotten on this character. Sure, we can do that. Oh, okay, okay. That's fine. Maybe the better thing to do there was to do refrigeration. What do you have? Spear of. It's very funny that wizard has a spear of distortion. Why male models? I have no idea. Power made flesh. Cannot answer that one. That one is well outside my expertise. I'm sorry. mm, yeah, demigod is very good. Mm, I started the demigod because someone mentioned in my Discord that they didn't really like demigod too much. So I figured that I should try a demigod, or like I should play a demigod just like to put on YouTube. And I have put a fair amount of demigods on YouTube already, but I guess we can definitely put this one. I mean, it has a pretty fantastic loadout already. Elemental staff. We have a robe that gives me +8 intelligence. Just look at that. Like, it's pretty insane how the robe makes me weak to fire, and I still have 3 pips of fire resistance thanks to the staff and the boots. We also have the Cloak of the Thief, but we are very likely to replace it with that. That is very likely to be better than the Cloak of the Thief. Oh, I almost got out again. I'm very glad that I checked before going in. Okay, so when it comes to the Eldritch Tentacle, I am pretty sure that I cannot kill it because it's immune to literally everything. Yep, this is the perfect like LRD destroys that tentacle because this obsidian statue makes a crystal explosion because obsidian is kind of like a crystal, um, and it deals a ton of damage to the tentacle. Mm, this is gonna be complicated. Like, other than that, I don't know how I'm gonna kill the tentacle. I don't know if there's anything that I could do to kill the tentacle. Maybe get stone arrow. Wow, it's it. I have 0 Earth skill, and it's still at 100 power, 1% fail because I have such a high amount of intelligence. Sure. I mean, in that case, I'm not really losing anything from forgetting that. Um, I could also consider trying to get zombie hands, but that is a bit too much to ask for. After all, I don't have necromancy, I don't have earth, and it's a level 5. We are going to go get Stone Arrow, and hopefully Stone Arrow will be able to kill the tentacle, or the Eldritch Tentacle. Okay, let's go in. Oh, I feel scammed. It's not what I was looking for. I assume that I have to go into one of these. Okay. I haven't done this bolt in a while, and it was changed, so I'm pretty sure that yeah, we have to go into these in order to get to the middle one. That's gonna be fun. Ooh, manual of translocations. Hmm. You know, in this game, translocations is not really that exciting. I guess I could go for Manifold Assault Dragon form if I ever found any of those. Mm, 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 mm. Hold on, I do have yeah, I have Manifold Assault and Storm form. I think like that book exists. There should also be other books with spells that are like highly synergistic with one another. Like a book with Ignite Poison and Toxic Radiance, and a book with maybe Airstrike and Inner Flame could also be very interesting. Just like books like that directly make you more powerful if you get lucky enough to find them. Mm. Yes, it corrodes you. Okay, that's fine. These crystal walls are my doom. They definitely don't allow me to starburst. That's gonna be a pain. Getting punished for going for starburst instead of going for LRD. Okay, one of these days we're gonna get to where I want to be. Where's my stone arrow? Okay, it's right there. Stone arrow, get rid of the fire elemental, drop that ring of flight. Miscast a fireball with 1%. At least this time it didn't happen twice in a row. Yeah, when that happened a couple of minutes ago, that was pretty awful. That's the kind of thing that shouldn't happen. Miscasting a 1% spell is pretty abysmal, and have it happen twice in a row is like unreal. Okay, you know, it's very nice that the game marks the transporters that you have already entered. By the way, let me tell you that it feels like Kelby is very laggy. I don't know if it's on my end. It's probably not on my end because otherwise I would have gotten notifications from my streaming software that I'm dropping all the frames, and I'm not dropping all the frames. The first time you got this Wizlab, you mapped the transporters on graph paper, and that is why the transporters are marked as use transporters now, because the optimal thing to do back when it wasn't the case was to do that. And no, I don't think anyone really wants to do that. I certainly would prefer not to do that. So I'm very glad for the fact that it works the way it works right now. Okay, let's drop that ring of flight. We have gotten so many rings of flight from doing this. Okay, I think we are getting very close to that. Yeah, I think I literally exhausted all options before being able to go in here. Stone arrow, get close enough. It is unaware, it says. Interesting. Am I? Is it neutral or something? It might be neutral. Why is it unaware? Huh. I'm not stealthy. I'm pretty sure that I'm not stealthy. Oh, look at it. It already realized me and started trying to attack me, summoning Inoxinul. Are you immune to fire? You're very resistant. Okay, the Eldritch Tentacle became aware. Huh. Interesting. How does this bolt work? Is it on my side? No, it's not on my side. It's just standing on something. Okay. Blink away so that this thing doesn't hit me. It hits so hard. It has Chaos Melee and it hits really, really, really hard. So you don't want to get hit by that. Ideally, you wouldn't fight it, but in this place, there's no other option than to fight it. Mm. Yeah, if I had the blink spell, this would be way better. I think it's also fast, so you cannot really walk away from it. The only saving grace is that it has a range that it cannot go beyond. Hmm. I'm thinking of doing this. How bad can it be? It's probably not gonna be terrible. Unfortunately, oh, I didn't want to do that. Anti-magic, that's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but it's better than just dying. Let's do. If I had flame wave, I would do flame wave, and since I don't have that, let's do refrigeration. That kills everything. The obsidian statue is lightly damaged. Shoot the stone arrow, and again, walk away from that, out of range. I got corroded by this orange demon, or by the Rose Devil. Yeah, that's what corroded me. Obsidian statue taking a good damage. Gonna go around the corner again so that the tentacle doesn't try to, or doesn't hit me. Okay, I am getting incredibly corroded. That's fine, because I'm not really worried about getting corroded. And now I can rest the full HP, full mana before trying to kill that Eldritch Tentacle. Yeah, fortunately, I had Stone Arrow in my spell library. Without it, it would be very difficult to kill that. Okay, there we go. As long as you have a tool to get rid of the tentacle, it's not really that bad. It is like an experienced piñata is how I would describe it. Cloak of Starlight. I guess having 4 evasion is better than having 1 armor class, but I'm not a fan of either of those 2 cloaks. And I'm also not a fan of this cloak, but it is very decent because of the 5 strength. I might use it later on if I need the strength, of course. For now, I'm gonna go from Cloak of the Thief to Cloak of Starlight, and let's get out of here. By the way, did you know that this vault has many high-level cloaks or random cloaks, things like that, because of a spell that is now removed that used to be called Shroud of Golubria? When the Golubria Wizlab was implemented, it had cloaks because cloaks are kind of shrouds. I remember. Funny thing that the reason why the bolt has shrouds was removed, but the shrouds still remain. Not gonna complain about it. I like to get that Wizlab because render cloaks are very good. Also, sometimes you get on random cloaks like the Cloak of Starlight, which I used to like a lot more when it gave you resistances instead of what it gives you now. hmm I don't know if I remember correctly, but I think it gave you cold resistance and resistance to electricity, and that was a pretty good thing. Um, let's drop the Ring of Sea Invisible and Positive Energy and Intelligence. I only picked it up so I could have it as an option if I ever want to wear it. But I have no idea. I might not want to use it. Let's go back to my Fireball. What is it? What is it? Fireball. Yeah. All right. After we're done training with spellcasting, after I take spellcasting to 12, I'm gonna be training most likely enough so I can cast Ignition. So it would be like 18 fire magic, most likely. Okay. I did lose 1 armor class, but I gained a fair amount of evasion from that trade-off. And nothing that the Cloak of the Thief provides to me is something that I particularly care about. So yeah, I don't think I will ever wear it again. Theoretically, it can be decent, but I'm not a fan of the Scroll of Fog, especially when it is so uncontrolled. Yeah. The slaying does, or like the minus slaying, we are in a very unusual situation for me. I am a character that doesn't particularly care about the minus slaying, but I still don't like the Cloak of the Thief, even on a character that doesn't care about the minus slaying. It's very unusual. And it's also very funny that I'm saying this as I'm fighting Yoctars, because the Cloak of the Thief's fog could be good against Yoctars, but who cares? Oh, that's a good weapon. It got nerfed. It used to be that in order to explode, it needed to hit something. Um, but now it no longer does that. Regardless, I am pretty sure that I want to give it a try, just because it's so good. It's damnation after all. It used to be one of the best weapons in the game. Not anymore, but it's very good. Hmm. Does it always hit, or does this guy just not have any evasion? Yeah, I was wondering that because I have zero skill with crossbows, and I was hitting that guy. I hit him 3 times in a row, which yeah, I was surprised. Maybe it was made so that it cannot miss. If it was like that, then that's a very nice thing, and I appreciate it. But I'm not sure that it is that. Regardless, I feel like I want to use it. It's not even the first time that I find the Damnation crossbow from that vault. That one really is like one of the strongest weapons in the game. Um, because pretty much nothing in the game resists Damnation. I guess there's like a couple of monsters that do fiends, Hell Sentinels. Like as the description for the Damnation spell says, usually the monsters that can shoot damnation at you are the ones that resist it. Mm, there's a couple of monsters like demonologists and high priests, Deepel high priests, Deepel demonologists that can shoot damnation but do not resist it. But that doesn't really matter that much. The point is that I could even use that against Orbs of Fire. The thing is that for Orbs of Fire, I already have better things. I have refrigeration, and I ignition doesn't do anything, but I have refrigeration for Orbs of Fire. Okay, I want to try shooting Damnation at the Yoctor. It doesn't seem to be missing. It really doesn't seem to be missing. Um, so that's crazy. So it doesn't. It's not missing. It's not missing. I have not missed once. Um, I am pretty sure that it doesn't miss. Wow, that's crazy. It's really crazy because that's better than Sniper. Sniper is a non-random triple crossbow um, that has a gimmick that makes it not miss, but it also shoots slower. So what's the point of that if Damnation deals more damage, deals damage that cannot be resisted, and it is cheaper to train for? I have no idea. Let's see what we got here. Glide, Firestorm, and Shatter. I want Shatter. That's an interesting book. Could be a normal book. Don't know what it's a Randart. Anguish, the new spell. Afflicts nearby foes with supernatural anguish, causing all damage they deal to rebound on them twofold for the duration of the effect. Strong-willed foes may resist the necromantic visions of pain and suffering, and mindless creatures are unaffected. I wonder how that works. Yeah, I wonder if it works with or what does it mean? Cannot resist the necromantic visions of pain and suffering. Does it resist the status effect, or do they resist the damage that the hex does? Hello, Necront. Good to see you around. Thank you for stopping by. This is the new hex that was introduced into the game that I'm probably not gonna use. Mm, But I'm looking forward to maybe making a character that makes use of that kind of spells. After all, they've been getting some spicy things lately. Between that and And Enfeeble, yeah, Enfeeble does something that I have wanted Hexes to do for like the 11 years that I have been playing. Mm, it makes Hexers into kind of viable, later in the game. Like, I think it is a good thing that you can now theoretically just go for Enfeeble and reasonably hex things later in the game. I have noticed that a lot of things have had their willpower reduced. Maybe those are like compensation buffs after the removal of the invisibility player spell to make it so that characters that rely heavily on hexes are not just completely shafted later in the game. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, from the evolution mutation, we got poison resistance and force shield. That's nice. It's better than a buckler, and also like it's better than a buckler of poison resistance. No problem. You were looking forward to the nightly crawl. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Um, I started a bit later today because I had to go run on a rant. But here we are. Yeah, just a teeny tiny bit later than usual. If it had been up to me, I would have started earlier actually because I have that Rift Wizard character that I started yesterday. I want to complete that character on stream, but it was just not possible. I'll play that character on stream tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I'll start earlier. Um, Let us train some fire magic and conjurations. We're going to be training these to 12. So I can cast Starburst with more spell power, more success rate, because right now it's at 3% and it can be at 1% or lower. It also enhances my Fireball a bit, so that's pretty good. And by the way, 45 intelligence. This character is insane. I hope that you have been enjoying the character so far, as at least as much as I have been enjoying it. It seems that warlords now get more orc knights. Yeah, it used to be that warlords got like 2 or 3 orc knights. Now I think they have been generating with 4, or I have been noticing that they generate with 4. Mm, wow, like this character couldn't have asked for a better thing to find than the elemental staff. It gives it everything that the elemental staff does are is something that this character wants. I have incredible resistances thanks to the elemental staff, and I also have very good spell power. Titanic slime creature. I also have paralysis. I don't have paralysis. Did I drop it or something in a portal bolt? If that happened, that would have been very lame. I'm gonna close the door, wait for my mana, and then I'm gonna reopen the door and cast Refrigeration twice instead of dealing with a Titanic Slime creature. Yep, 2 casts of Refrigeration kills all those guys. And by the way, we got Damnation, the Arbalest, which has Damnation branded bolts that apparently don't miss and explode. I don't know how it works actually, because it used to be that you were able to target a tile that was empty and the Arbalest would explode, or like the bolt would explode in the tile that you targeted. I see that now it doesn't explode unless it makes contacts with a monster, but it also cannot miss. So it is still a very powerful thing to have, well worth training for on almost any character. I would just not train for it if I was using a shield, but this character doesn't have a shield and may never get a shield, so here we are. Um, yeah, it can probably get a shield, but it's just that I haven't really had the need to get a shield. Does that weapon always explode in a three times 3 AOE when it hits? It does, and it doesn't miss apparently. It used to be that, as I mentioned, you were able to target any random tile, and the explosion would happen in the tile that you targeted, kind of like Fireball, but with Damnation instead of with Fireball. Which is way more powerful because nothing resists Damnation. You can use this to kill Orbs of Fire very easily because Orbs of Fire are. Excuse me? Is the magic over? Because I was not missing. Wow, okay, sure. The magic might be over. I don't know what happened there because I shot it like like more than 10 times, and I didn't miss once until that deep troll. From the point where I found the arbalest until right now, I didn't miss a single shot. Okay, that's a bit of an issue. Let's do it again. Okay, that's kind of what I was expecting. There's a teleport trap right there. That's bad. Okay. If I move here, you move here, and you block the line of fire of this guy. Okay, that's perfect. I'm just gonna jump into the teleporter myself. The issue here is that the warden has support. If it was not for this guy over here, I would have been able to kill the warden right now with a fireball because it's almost dead. I don't know if I would be able to survive the fight against the Sentinel. And I also don't want the Warden to get a double turn and hit me for more than 39. That's a very realistic possibility here. You could go for Fear. You have 2 pips of willpower, decent chance to resist it. Let's just go for a Fireball. You kill the Bolt Warden. Okay, I have 27 mana. Ideally, I should be able to kill this. There we go. If I had not been able to kill it, I always had the teleport trap just to make a hasty attempt at an escape. But fortunately, that was not really necessary. So back into the Fritching we go. This spell is so good. I was not gonna get it, but I started as an Ice Elementalist. It's very flavorful for you to use Osokubo's Refrigeration as an Ice Elementalist. Okay, next level up. I could get Strength. I was thinking of getting Strength. I could also just continue stacking the Intelligence. I could also get Dexterity because after all I get some evasion from it. I'm gonna get Intelligence. Yeah, 49 Intelligence because why not? Also, I have so many bolts. That's insane. I only just turned on my auto pickup of bolts when I found Damnation, and I found Damnation literally the previous level, and I already have so many projectiles. Just goes to show how projectiles don't really do that much after a certain point, or like you don't really have to worry about getting projectiles after a certain point because the game literally throws a million of them at you. Unfortunately, that is only true for crossbows and bows. It is not true for slings. Sling bullets are kind of not so abundant. There's very little monsters that shoot them. And of course, when it comes to throwables, well, monsters recently got nerfed into dropping 1 or 2 throwables instead of the abundant stacks that they dropped back then. You can still go through the game as a Nogger or a Troll and not run into any issues when it comes to your throwables. But that's because they get access to large rocks. And Stone Giant, Cyclopes get access to those as well. So you really won't be missing any ammunition. But if you're using throwing and you're not one of those, you will run out of javelins unless you go with Okawaru. It's actually in a relatively bad spot in my opinion. You cannot just use them as you would use a normal weapon. You're kind of forced to treat them as a finite consumable, like evocations. Okay. Let's walk away. Oh. I find it interesting how the warning says it's likely to hit you instead of it's going to hit you. I mean, it's not likely, it's like certain to hit me if it's an explosion. Alright, that went relatively well. Yeah, at this point it's only a matter of not messing up too much with my fights because I already have the offensive power required to win the game. I could really just turn on crossbows, train that to 18, and go through most of the game pressing tab on most monsters, shooting them with my arbalest, and do what I'm doing with fireball right now, pretty much, but without without running out of mana and dealing more damage, because it actually deals more damage to any random monster, since it doesn't really check fire resistance. Fireball does. You're back. Sorry for abruptly leaving. Oh, I guess you don't have to worry about that. You were saying about learning French. I was saying about learning French. Yeah, as I mentioned at the very start of the stream, pretty much, I took 5 years of French in between middle school and high school, and I don't know French. All that I know in French is je ne parle pas français, mais je parle anglais et espagnol, which pretty much means that I don't know how to speak French, but I know how to speak English and Spanish. And I rationalized that if I ever needed to use French, that would be pretty much the only thing that I would need to know in French to be able to communicate with someone. Because at this point, like I think I have mentioned it before, but I think English is kind of like Babel's language. Everyone kind of knows English. It is like the language of the internet, and the internet is pretty much like Babel, so English is Babel's language. I would be very happy if it was Spanish instead of English, because I feel like it's easier to convey intent and meaning with Spanish compared to English. But that might be also because I am a Spanish native speaker instead of an English native speaker. To be completely fair, I don't think I have ever run into like severe issues with my like capability to properly deliver on my opinions or thoughts when I'm speaking English. But I feel like I can do it in a much more elaborate way when I'm speaking Spanish. But I don't know. That's just a random thought that I had. So yeah, going back to the French thing, I was in middle school and I only learned French, or I decided to go for French when I was going into middle school because I already knew English. I learned English to be able to learn or to be able to read Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and so when I went into middle school, I already knew English, so I figured I want a challenge, and like no, now I know better than to try to get a challenge from learning French. I was very demotivated when it came to learning French because I didn't really put it into use. The way that you learn a language is like, or the way that you learn anything in life truly is if you have a motivation to learn it in the first place. The motivation might be a literal necessity, like for example, learning how to speak your first language as a baby. That would be a very good motivation to learn something, or like just to go with your hobbies, for example, like. I think it's very obvious here that I learned English for my hobbies. After all, I am literally streaming in English when it's not my main language. I'm playing a game that is entirely in English. So, yep, I can tell you that I had plenty of motivation for learning English, but that same motivation was not there when the time came to learn French. So I never really learned it. Right now, I think it would be kind of cool if I knew French because the French people make some crazy, interesting comics and animation that I would like to explore. But very frequently they're only in French, and I just never learned how to speak French. And it's not like oh I knew how to speak French, but I lost it because I never used it. No, it's not like that. I actually never really learned how to speak French. This Bone Dragon is being a little painful. Yeah, after all, it has too much HP, too much resistances. I'm just gonna walk away until I have all my mana, and then I'm gonna cast like Starburst 7 times. I can also walk into the Dispersal Trap and just walk away. Okay, enough mana. We'll Starburst, 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 Starburst. Okay. Wow, that's crazy. It was heavily wounded and it took me like 6 Starbursts to kill it. That thing is so insane. How much damage does my Starburst deal? 6 dice of 16. Hello, Ripofalem. Good to see you around. Thank you for stopping by. I hope that you have been doing well. Mm, yep. Tonight we're playing part 2 of this demigod. Demigod Ice Elementalist. It started as an Ice Elementalist, and then I found a bunch of fire spells to complement my Ice magic, and I have been very happy with them. Wow, so many Dire Elephants. You know, the issue with these is that they came in a rather staggered way. Also, why were the doors closed? Did I fight a Bolt Warden and the Bolt Warden closed the doors? Probably. Okay. Fortunately, they have very little evasion, and I have Starburst, so that's kind of like a death beam for them. It deals so much damage. Okay, better walk away from that. Whenever you use Fireball and you want to rest, it's probably a good idea to just walk away a bit and rest in case you end up attracting a lot of monsters, because after all, Fireball does make a ton of noise. Okay, we have a Crystal Guardian as well as this Peacekeeper, and the Crystal Guardian is immune to everything. It's kind of like the Earth Elemental, but it's not slow, and it deals way more damage, so it is a very dangerous thing to fight against. Unfortunately, we got barfed by the Peacekeeper, so we're kind of forced to sit here and wait. Are you fire resistant? You are like fire resistant, right? Yep, resistant to electricity, fire cold, and drowning. Okay, I was hoping for this guy not to come over here, but now that it did, and because I don't have LRD, I'm really starting to think about getting LRD. Not gonna lie, just to deal with these Crystal Guardians and Earth Elementals and other monsters that are immune to everything. Can you cast spells while Berserk? You can't. The only actions that you can take while Berserk are mm, attacking, moving, and changing your weapon. That's all that you can really do while berserking, and that's why berserk is a pretty bad thing for a character that doesn't specifically want to be berserked. That's why sometimes the game will threaten you with uncontrollable berserk in some monsters. Oh, the Hat of the Bear Spirits. Uncontrollable Berserk. Pretty good reason not to tab again, but it does have 3 pips of willpower, frees up my ring slot, and allows me to wear something else like a ring of intelligence. The downside to that, of course, is that I cannot really use my staff as a melee weapon anymore. I'm gonna use that most likely. Okay, I'm thinking about how I want to continue building this character because I have many paths available to this character. I can go for Firestorm, I can go for Shatter, I can go for Damnation, the crossbow, or I can just train defenses now. I think I'm gonna go for training just defenses now. After all, defenses are something that will help me win the game, and I am already pretty good at killing things in general, so just fighting it is. And when it comes to the Hat of the Bear Spirit, I will use it. Let me inscribe this with something. Twitch.tv slash 9 settler. Don't attack. That inscription that I put at the end makes me like get a warning whenever I try to attack something with the staff. So I'll come back and open that, but I will not do so immediately. I cannot believe it. Another Crystal Guardian. The game really wants me to get LRD or a way to deal with these fellows. I guess I do have Orb of Destruction. I can already cast it. So what I'm gonna do is just go away from that guy, go upstairs. Unfortunately, they open doors, so there's not a lot of point in closing the door. Gonna get my Orb of Destruction, which is somehow at only 4%. Sure. Now I'm gonna cast it like 17 times against this guy, because in melee range it deals like no damage. You really need to cast it from afar in order for it to be good. And now we have something that we can do to kill things. You miscast, okay, that's fine. It was a low damage miscast. I am tempted to get conjurations to 16, so I can have like the same spell power on Orb of Destruction as I do with refrigeration. Oh wait, I would not have that because my staff doesn't really enhance Orb of Destruction. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, still deals incredible damage, by the way. 9 dice of 15 at 49% power. And if I had a staff that enhanced conjurations, it would be even more than that. Do I die next turn if I fail to kill these guys? I did get hit for 14-9, because of course I got hit for 14-9. Yeah, I think I kind of do die if I fail to kill the Yoctor captain. So the correct thing to do is probably to fear or Fogu. Fogu doesn't do anything the turn you cast it, I'm pretty sure, or the turn you use it. Doesn't immediately break line of sight. It's funny that I'm considering use Fogu after so long, like after replacing the Cloak of the Thief with the Cloak of Starlight for the evasion. Maybe I should go to the Cloak of the Thief again. After all, for evasion or like evasion as a whole doesn't really do a lot. Yeah, that's been a well-established thing in this stream. There it is. Like evasion really doesn't do anything. If it did something, I wouldn't have gotten hit for more than 90 across the turns. I'm just saying. If I had the ability to drink a potion, that would be very good right about now. We don't have that, so I guess I'm just gonna have to go for my last blinking, because otherwise I would be pretty dead if those guys caught off to me, and I don't want to be pretty dead. Okay, that's fine. I am standing on the stairs. Now that is not so fine because the warden can block the stairs, but I can also kill the warden easily. Okay, please don't hit me for 90 across 2 turns. Yeah, the variance of this game. Sometimes it's very funny how you can take a fight and it can go terribly wrong, terribly quickly, and then you can take the same fight and you beat it without taking any damage. Yeah, sometimes it is like that. And my builds very frequently aim to not be in that kind of position. Like I try to make it so that I am as resilient to that. I'm as resilient to that kind of variance as I can possibly be. But this one is kind of a deviation from the usual norm. With this character, I'm trying to be very damaging instead of being very tanky. And so far it's been going well, but I did just run out of scrolls of blinking. It's very funny because the other day I had a character with like 11 scrolls of blinking or something absolutely crazy super early into the game. But this one had like 3 in the entirety of the game. Yeah, fingers crossed for me. It's stumbling across more scrolls of blinking before I get into truly messed up situations. Because the situations where I have had to use blinking on this character haven't really been that terrible. I feel like I could have been able to just like get away with surviving those kinds of situations, or just overall not being in those kinds of situations in the first place if I was going for a tankier build with more armor and better defenses, that kind of thing, instead of what I'm doing right now. 92 HP, not cold resistant. It's so hard to not kill this thing, but it does have Crystal Spear, and that could hurt me a lot. How are we going to do this? I think it might not be a terrible idea to take an approach similar to the one that I would take on Slime 5. So open the door, read Immolation, and then cast Refrigeration a couple of times. Maybe prelude that by casting Osokubu's Armor for good defenses. I would get hit by or for a lot, and I don't have resistance to corrosion. I guess we can put that on. I was thinking of removing the Ring of Willpower, but you can. Oh, I am immune to confusion. Okay, in that case, we are going to replace the Ring of Willpower for the Ring of Corrosion. Resist corrosion. Still immune because I have clarity. Clarity is not something that demigods get by default. It's just that I got lucky with mutations, and I got that. I got a bad mutation from a Shining Eye Shapeshifter very early in the game. It was Subdued Magic, and I only just very recently found my first potion of mutation. I drank that, and I got these mutations. Well, I got clarity and I got evolution, and evolution gave me the other two mutations that we have here. So we just happened to get very lucky with the mutations that we got because the three of them are very good and they are not horns. Horns are not good. Anyway, we are going to open this. We are also going to read Immolation and then Tin of Tremor Stones. Let's see what we get here. We're gonna get a lot of explosions, but we have very good armor class and we also have 3 pips of fire resistance. So I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be nearly as bad as you would think. I'm surprised that after getting hit by so many explosions, I didn't just like straight up lose um, the Osokubus armor. Okay, refrigeration makes quick work of the rock slimes. That is why I decided to open that. If it had not been for refrigeration, I wouldn't have bothered. And we get a bit of an upgrade in the form of the Hat of the Bear Spirit. We can say goodbye to the Ring of Willpower. We can also go ahead and put on a Ring of Intelligence. That ring of intelligence that I took out from the Wislav, I took it out for a reason, and the reason was this one, like this situation where I can use it. Put on the ring of intelligence. Goodbye, resist corrosion, at least for now. And yeah, 3% chance to miscast Orb of Destruction, 9 dice of 16. I have 55 intelligence. I feel like this character can very reasonably go for Firestorm. I mean, I am kinda in that direction. I would love to get Polar Vortex instead because I feel like it's more powerful, more mana efficient, and it's also cheaper to get. But I don't have access to Polar Vortex, and I already have access to Firestorm. All that I have to do in order to get it is to actually train for it. But I'm still gonna hope for Polar Vortex. If I get that, I would use it for sure. I just want to use Firestorm because I haven't used Firestorm in so long. Yeah, I don't have it here, but I have a shop with a Book of Annihilations, and that book has Firestorm. Just out of curiosity, let's see how it looks like if I want to cast that. Okay, 98% chance to fail it. That's very funny. Um, okay, no book with Polar Vortex yet, but I can search for it by doing this. Okay. If I had access to it, my fail rate would be 58%. That's so good. Yeah, that's like train ice magic to 20, 21, put on a ring of brilliance, or not a ring of brilliance, sorry, a ring of what is that thing called? Ring of wizardry. Yeah, that one, and be able to cast that. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. These guys have so much intelligence. I tell you, these guys are like going chebreados without the annoyance of going chebreados. Like the very massive downside of going chebreados, which is the fact that you cannot haste and your giga slow. It's crazy. You also can't berserk when you're chebreados. I'll come back to Bolts 5 when I have Ignition. If I ever get Ignition, I will come back and use that on Bolts 5. For now, I guess we could do Depths or we could do Spider. I want to postpone Spider as much as I can, and I feel like I'm maybe powerful enough to do Depths. Especially on the Resistance department, I have almost everything that I would like to have to go into Depths, courtesy of the Elemental Staff, and that poison resistance mutation that I got. It's not so good or not so important for depths, but it is very nice to have nonetheless. Maybe not for depths, but after a certain point in the game, you do need poison resistance. I think that it is very important for SOT. Oh, wow, that's crazy. Talking about crazy, incredible weapons that can kind of win you the game, that would be it. Like, Stormbow is another incredible weapon. Benny, funnily enough, that reminds me of one time, like a couple of it's not been a couple of years yet, but yeah, I still streamed in the morning, and so I was streaming here for like no viewers, right? except for Syndragor. And I got Damnation and I got the Stormbow, and I said Damnation has to be the best weapon in the game. And Syndragor mentioned no, Stormbow is better, but I still think Damnation is a better weapon. Let me tell you. Gotcha. We could gotcha for that set of ice scales in the future. Oh, +4 intelligence boots. Unfortunately for me, those boots are boots. Yeah. If I took my current boots off, I would only have 1 pip of fire resistance, and I think I value the 2 pips of fire resistance more than 4 intelligence. I would also be losing 2 armor class, so it is really not a very alluring thing to do. I'll just leave those boots on the shop. Very good boots, but not what I need with this character. Not better than what I currently have with this character. Okay. It's very nice that this character has access to Orb of Destruction. I love that spell. It deals so much damage, and it is like just physical damage. It doesn't get resisted, and it also doesn't check evasion. It can miss, but it cannot miss in the traditional way that you would expect something to miss. It can literally hit a rock wall or something like that. Shaper, thank you for the year.
Still doesn't believe in me.
Hi, Nomi. How's your night going?
It's going well. Thank you for the 1 year of support. That's crazy. You want to hear something funny? You might be one of my first year-long subscribers. I'm sure there's other people like AWOT that have been around for a year as well. And I know that Poncho has been also around for almost 2 years at this point. But yeah, thank you for the year, Shaper. It's been crazy. It's been crazy that it's already been a year. Yeah. How has your crawling been going? I hope that you have been enjoying crawl as much as I have been enjoying crawl when it comes to this particular character. Let me tell you that this character is an absolute treat to play with. It's really, really strong. And it only keeps getting stronger. Like we just found the hat of the Bear Spirit, and that gave me all the willpower that I would ever need, pretty much. So we went from using a ring of willpower to using a ring of intelligence, kind of placeholder for when I find the ring of the mage, if I ever find it. Like that would be amazing if I found the ring of the mage with this character. It's like the cherry on top of the cake. Okay, so I was not worrying about going low on HP there um, because of the flay status effect that I had. That's why my HP was low. So as soon as you get rid of a monster that has a flay or that can apply the flay status effect, you get back all your lost HP. It's very nice. Crawl is still the best. You only have Human Delver for both great and greater players, so you're going to get your last win for those as Human Delver. Maybe annoying, but you think it's a good closing. Yeah, and after that, what gods are you missing for Polytheist? That's probably what I would suggest as your next goal. Polytheist. Maybe don't get hit by a Berserk Deep Throw. It's Berserk in everything but actual status effect, because it is hasted and it is mighty, and that's pretty much what Berserk is. Haste might plus 50% maximum HP. Okay, we can fortunately get very easily out of depths, and we can give it another try now. Hold on. Yeah, what if we just refrigerate the Fire Giant? After all, it is a Fire Giant. I could kill it with Fireball, but it would take me pretty much forever. When you started following me, you had only 3 wins, and you have 59 wins now. You have probably 40% of the gods left to win. What gods haven't you won? I really want to know. Yeah. Have you won Nemelex? Because I will always advocate for Nemelex. Nemelex is amazing. So much better than other gods. Yeah, Nemelex is great. You have not won Nem. If you wanna win Nemelex, you could go Human Delver of Nemelex. I mean, Human Delver sounds relatively weak, and Nemelex is pretty good at fixing characters that are relatively weak like that. Okay, so these guys are immune to fire, so there's not gonna be a lot of fireballing to be doing against these Hell Knights. Better to just go for Fridge. That definitely kills them very quickly. Nice demon weapons. Spark Wasp, we are okay with fighting electricity monsters because we very fortunately have the resistance. That kind of thing doesn't happen in all the games. You should really not take that for granted. Um, it is kind of a blessing to have resistance to electricity by the time you start seeing the messed up, extremely dangerous electricity monsters that the game can throw at you, and sometimes very early, too early sometimes. And one god for Shaper. Dith, Eli, Feras, Ignis, Jiva, Kiku, Nem, Ru, Uskayon, Som. Oh, you can do Ru. You can do human Delver of Ru. It might be better than Nemelex. And it sounds crazy coming from me, right? Because I don't like Ru and I generally don't go Ru, but I legit think that Ru is a fantastic god. And I mean, I put Ru in the place where I put Ru in my tier list for a reason. It really is like a fantastic god. Mm, nice. Rampaging. The Wrath of Trog. Obviously, that's not something that we can use on this character. This character has so many cool weapons. Like, where are all these weapons when I'm playing a melee character? Why, or not a melee character, but like a different character? It has Leech, it has Damnation, it has already like a plethora of fantastic one-handed weapons too. It has the Stormbow in a shop, and now we have the Wrath of Trog. What's next? Like the Mace of Variability, the Scepter of Torment. I don't know. There's so many. There's so many cool weapons that I can still find. We're gonna refrigerate the Hell Knight because that's pretty much the only thing that I can do against these guys. And that is a bit of a shame. If I had a more open arena, I could go for an Orb of Destruction or two. But unfortunately, in there it's kind of complicated. The Orbs of Destruction can definitely hit walls. That can be a very dangerous thing. You know, Lol, you have had a few high-level splats with Ru or Nem. Oh, I see. Yeah, with Nem, it's all about like keeping in mind that you can do deal for escape, and deal for escape is almost guaranteed to resolve any issue that you have from the Tomb card. The Tomb card is truly insane. Um, yeah, it's so good. I hope that it never gets nerfed. It really is so good. Floating Eye. Okay, fortunately we one-shot it with refrigeration. And so far doing the upside experience level 19, not going so bad, but then again I have 55 intelligence. My fireballs are dealing 3 dice of 24. That's the kind of damage that I normally have on Irradiate after training it for a bit. This character doesn't have Irradiate. I guess I would be excited to have that, but I don't think I have found it. Nope, no Irradiate on this character. But fortunately, we don't need it. Yeah, it is truly blessed a character that doesn't have Irradiate, but is like, you know what? Even if I got Irradiate, I am doing well without it. I will still get it, most likely, but I don't need it. It's not like, oh, I am in dire need for something to fix my character. No, I'm powerful enough. You're a stronger player now, but for a while you was getting annoying trying to win new species, backgrounds, and gods all at the same time. With Ignis drops, you stop trying to win poly. Oh, I see. Yeah, I still don't have an Ignis win. I mean, I have won a lot of Cinder Acolytes. It's just that I have not completed a game with only Ignis because it's for practical purposes atheist. And if you want to go atheist, there's always Demigod. Right now, I am playing a Demigod actually, as you have probably already noticed. Mm, okay, I cannot believe that I killed that Shadow Dragon. It's very nice that it just decided not to shoot through the Far Giant. I wonder if I could kill the one Shadow Dragon that was on D13, because yes, my D13 had a Shadow Dragon. I think it would be nice if it appeared here. It's this key? Yeah. I guess I can add a manual annotation. I should have done that on D13, but I just didn't forget about the fact that I was not doing D13 because of the Shadow Dragon. Okay, please go straight towards the Iron Dragon. And again, shooting Orbs of Destruction in a corridor is like very scary because it will most likely not work. But when it works, it's very satisfying. Oh, a crystal tome. Immediately we have to fight a couple of crystal spears. Fortunately, we have Fireball. Fireball is perfect for this. And by the way, I think this one should be LRDable. I think all of them should be LRDable. Maybe there's like one, like the Divine one. I would be okay if that one wasn't LRDable. But this one, literally Crystal Tome, the Petrification one, the Ice Blast one, you should be able to LRD those. But anyway, having Fireball, I don't have to be absolutely terrified of getting dumpstered by Crystal Spears the way that it used to be before. Yeah, because you may be aware, but I got killed by those pretty much the day they were introduced. Not quite the day they were introduced, but like within the same week they were introduced, I got killed by one of those books. They're nasty. They deal so much damage, but the key is killing the spells before they get a chance to shoot themselves at you. It's definitely worth it to devote some resources to going for the kill on the spells. Those were some lucky orbs. They were some lucky orbs. Have you been killed by New Spider yet? No, but I also have gone very much out of my way to try to not make it as to not do it as my first rune. In fact, I am doing depths before doing New Spider, and I plan to do slime before doing New Spider, just like to continue that trend of not dying on New Spider. I prefer to be over prepared than under prepared when it comes to doing New Spider. Better safe than sorry. Yep, it's very easy for things to get very much out of control in that branch. It's the case now, and it was the case even before the rework. So yeah, I will pretty much only try to do new or spider in general, old or new spider as a first rune if I have like the perfect tools to deal with it. Um, and by the way, the perfect tools to deal with it are pretty much Toxic Radiance. I guess now that Noxious Bog was buffed, also Noxious Bog. By the way, you mentioned that it was lucky Orbs of Destruction. It is kind of lucky, but I am pretty sure that the accuracy that they have, like the likelihood of them moving in a jittery way, is greatly reduced if you're shooting them in a straight line, and also if you have high spell power. Um, so apparently at a 50% power, it's kind of reasonable to shoot them in a corridor and hope for them to actually do something. I mean, I'm only saying that because that's literally what happened here. So at least that was very good. Mm, So this character will do most of depths, probably not the entirety. I always like to leave the final level of the depths for later on. Or in recent days, I guess, because I did used to do it all in one go, but now I'm treating the final level of the depths as I would treat Bolt 5. Sometimes those Draconians can get very nasty in conjunction with the normal depths monster generation. Like, no one wants to fight a Caustic Strike, a Juggernaut, and a Draconic Shifter at the same time. That's pretty nasty indeed. So I tend to leave the final level of depths for much later into the game, and I will probably do that this time too. Okay, so earlier in the game I killed Louise, but in that vault, if you have never killed Louise, in your playthrough of course, Louise will spawn there. Mm. Talking about Louise, that reminds me of the Rift Wizard high-level monsters. It would be very nice if just those just didn't generate again, especially the ones that have names, because it has never really resonated with me that in Rift Wizard there's some monsters that are named monsters and that you can kill them and they can spawn in the next Rift, pretty much. There was one run where I killed like 3 or 4 of the same high-level monster. I think it was a Troll King or the Ogre King, and I killed it so much. And that it was crazy. Oh, Yorogumo. I was just talking about this yesterday, or not yesterday, like about an hour ago. I mentioned that it would be very nice if depths just had high-level enemies from all the branches that you go through the game before entering depths, like both Wardens, Frosthearts, Yorogumo. I mentioned. It would be nice if it had just a sprinkle of Entropy Weavers. All those enemies that when you see them, you're like, oh no, that's bad. But at a point in the game where they're not so terrible anymore, they can be kind of like the normal enemies, and then the big enemies of depths. Well, you know what they are, like the Juggernauts, the Caustic Shrikes, those two pretty much, Ancient Liches sometimes. Mm, it would be very fun. I think it would be a good thing. You love that tile for the Yorogumo? It is creepy. Let me tell you that I am glad that I am not a tiles player after seeing that tile. It's not ugly or anything, but it really like messes me up. Hold on. Star Polemic has post something. You seem to be offline. Please wait while we try to reconnect. That's unfortunate, Star Polemic. I hope that you were able to reconnect. Um, Anyway, Yorogumo die very easily to Fireball. By the way, I am still wondering why Yorogumo are not like immune to negative energy and all the things that undead monsters are normally. Because like if you say Spider Spirit, I would like immediately think that it is like an undead monster. But it doesn't seem to be even like resistant to negative energy. It's super weird. It's only no, it's not even resistant to poison. Yeah. Those monsters are weird. I think I would make them more resistant but less powerful. Okay. So we have a ghost moth, and I do not have see invisible. I guess I'm gonna have to drink a potion of invisibility for Dilly. The ghost moth is right next to me. We have Fireball. I turned into a great orb of ice shapeshifter. That's a shame. It forced me to use a consumable. I thought that it was a real ghost moth, and this was a nasty branch, a nasty bolt. But it turned out to be just a shapeshifter. Okay. Shoot that and walk away. Maybe I shouldn't rest on the entrance to hell. Hmm. Ouch. Jeez, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. I cast a stone arrow by accident. I didn't want to cast a stone arrow, but instead of casting Orb of Destruction, I cast a stone arrow because stone arrow is in D, and the Orb of Destruction is in capital D for destruction, right? Um, and also, I cast two Orbs of Destruction apart from that, and one of them hit the wall and the other one missed. So this is not going well because we lost half our HP in like 2 turns. Literally half our HP in 2 turns. 45, 44. Evasion continues to be a placebo. I think I could have also taken that fight much better, but then again, it's just what it is. You love Orb of Destruction as a spell? Me too. Me too. I think it should still be called Iskeredun's Orb of Destruction. After all, there's a bunch of spells that have the name of the wizard who invented them in them. Also, Kubus Refrigeration, Noxious Bog, um, many other spells. Oh, Maxwell's Capacitive Coupling. I think it could go back to being Iskeredun's Orb of Destruction. After all, there's the Skeleton Squeeze Laugh that has a bunch of statues that just shoot Orb Destruction at you. Like, come on, it really makes sense for the spell to be called Iskeredun's Orb of Destruction again. Um, I don't remember if I ever got to play with it when it was called that. I really don't remember. I think it was changed forever ago, so yeah, maybe I did get to play while the spell was called that, but back then I probably didn't get to play with that spell so much because, new player. Mm, but anyway, just stretching a bit. Okay, we should be fine. Stretch your back. Like Dilly always says, stretch your back. Important thing to do. Increases your quality of life for sure to stretch your back. Ooh, Archmagi Rove. Okay, so what's better between 8 intelligence and Archmagi? I guess the only way to know is to try them, right? Um, okay, so we are gonna go here and take a screenshot of this screen real quick, and then we're gonna switch to the other armor, and we're gonna compare the screenshot to the other armor. Okay, we have acquired the screenshot. Let's put it here, and let's switch to the Archmagi Rove. Now let's take a look at this. Okay, it seems to be way better. It seems to be way better. Sounds pretty similar. Your guess would be probably whatever else is on the item it comes with. Archmagi. Archmagi actually increases my spell power more than the 8 intelligence. It is very noticeable on things like Fireball. It goes from 3 dice to 24 to 3 dice of 27. Yeah, on other spells, like for example on Starburst, it's not really that noticeable. It goes from 6 dice of 17 to 6 dice of 18. And Fireball, it has a bit more of an impact. It does have a better. It is just like better, and it doesn't give me weakness to fire. So goodbye. The time has come to retire the weakness to fire 8 intelligence Rove for the Rove of Archmagi. I think we might even read an enchant armor on it. Okay, sure. Read that. Put it here. Go back to depths 3. Vampiric Ledge Attack. That's a beast thing to have. Another one. Okay, what is up with those Spriggans having crazy loot? Double Vampiric Ledge Attack. Like that weapon is the dream come true for a Formicid. I don't think there's many weapons that are better for a Formicid than a Vampiric Ledge Attack. Maybe a Ledge Attack of Speed, which we have. Yeah, we have all the crazy things. I think you could. I think I have even Crystal Plate. Let's find out about that. Okay, I don't have Crystal Plate. I have Crystal Spear, but I don't have Crystal Plate. But yeah, like this character for some reason has absolutely everything. It has all the spells that I could ever want for, or that I could ever wish for. It has all the crazy weapons. It has Damnation that I'm shooting at 0 skill, by the way, and it's still killing things really well. Why wouldn't a Vamp Bardiche be better? It's significantly more expensive to train towards. That's the reason. The Laya Tank deals very good damage. It is 16 base damage versus the 18 of the Bardiche. But you don't have to train the weapon skill to 24 to swing it at minimum delay. You have to train it to 14. So that's all the experience in the world that you can devote towards training something else. Um, yeah, that's just my opinion. You can always go for the Bardiche. Like, don't misunderstand me. If I found a good polearm early on and then I found the Bardiche, I would immediately go for the Bardiche, even if the game dropped a Laya tank. But then if I got a good polearm and then I found the Laya tank and then I found the Bardiche, I would probably drop my polearm for the Laya tank and then not go for the Bardiche. It does help that the Laya tank, or it does help that staves and polearms cross train. It really does help. Mm, but I would probably not go for a Bardiche, for a Vampiric Bardiche if I found a Vampiric Laya tank as a Formicid. Okay, so we have done Depths 3 and Bolts 4. We have done Swamp. I have yet to touch a Spider. We could go do a Slime. Hold on, let's go to Slime 0. Aha, I remember that. I remember that. We don't have resistance to corrosion. I guess I'm gonna have to put it on. Goodbye, Ring of Mana. Sure, we can go back to 41 mana. It's not really that much of an issue. This is crazy. Oh, my failure rates also went up a bit. That I didn't even take into account. We have a 5% chance to miscast Orb of Destruction, but of course it doesn't really bother me too much. Look at my HP too. That's a lot of HP. Okay. We are gonna starburst, and again, and one more time, and one more time. There we go. Okay. I wonder if there's any way for you to go Jiba in that vault, like without killing the Azure jellies. Maybe with a lot of stealth, or maybe are they hexable? Let's see. Oh, they kinda are. Yeah, if you have high evocations skill or a staff, or not a staff, or anything that enhances your hexing power, or like scroll vulnerability, you could hex them. Mystic Blast? Mystic Blast could work as well. Could be kind of messy, but it could work. It would be messy because those are faster than you are, so they can kind of gap close very quickly. And so Mystic Blast on those is dangerous. By the way, why was that Azure Jelly taking so much damage from refrigeration? 4 dice of 20? Jeez. 79% power. Huh. I see that the power. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Wait. No, actually, I'm confused here. Does refrigeration have a lower spell cap than Starburst and Fireball? It might be that. It might not have 100, a maximum like spell power cap of 200 like other spells. It might be only 150. Haste plus Mystic Blast, maybe. Yeah, I'm just like brainstorming on that. Like, if I ever wanted to go Jiba and I got that bolt, how could I go Jiba as soon as I get that bolt without just exploding to those guys? Does Archmagi show the percent power increase via the Surge of Power? Yes, it does. It is an enhancer for everything. Um, but you can still see it when you cast a spell. And as you can see there, it says you feel a strong surge of power because I have two enhancers. I have the staff and the Archmagi Robe. Hello, Taigai, and hello, Foxy. Good to see you two around. Thank you for stopping by. I hope that you enjoyed tonight's continuation of this character. And I was not sure if this was going to go for 3 streams, but it's very clear that it's only going to go for 2 unless something disastrous happens. But I don't know, like I really feel so powerful with this character. I feel so powerful that I'm not even using an Amulet of Regen. I'm using Mana Regen because I found out that in most fights what was happening was that I was running out of mana, and that was what was making me want to rest instead of running out of HP. Um, Strong versus regular Surge of Power. Yes, and if you have 3 enhancers, which is the maximum, you get a huge surge of power. So the game does let you know that that you're kind of increasing your spell power with messages like that. Okay, there we go. We have lightning rod for this thing, and again, and one more time. Okay, it
My
dies.
wife still doesn't believe in me.
Shaper, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Thai Guy. Actually, I want to know something. I didn't get to see it, so I'm gonna replay the
My
alert.
wife still doesn't believe in
Ah,
me.
okay. I see. I was wondering if that alert gave me the name of the person who gave the sub or the person who received the sub, and it seems to be that it gives me the name of the person who received the sub. I would like to change it so that it includes the names of both the person who gave me the sub and the person who received the sub, but I don't know how to do that. I might have to look into it. Regardless, thank you so much for the gifts of the Thai Guy. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, thank you for contributing to the cause, Shaper. Um, Good to have you around. Thanks for the gifts of. Oh yeah, no, thanks for the gifts of. Foxy, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime as
My
well.
wife still doesn't believe in me.
I love that alert. That alert is so good. I am glad that I decided to change it. That alert fills me with joy. Like, if you have never seen that video, you probably have seen that video, but if you have never seen that video, consider giving it a watch. Um, It's a guy that's very excited over a cryptocurrency that was pretty much a scam. Like that one was literally a scam. And it's very funny because in the video he says like, no, 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 that's a scam. Like that's what his wife is telling him. And then it turned out to be an actual scam. So yeah. But regardless, back to the game. We have no one device blast. No Wand of Ice Blast and no Wand of Acid. I feel like I have gotten very awful drops of wands with this character. That is very unfortunate indeed. Let's see what else we can do. I have 7 mana. I was running away from the Shining Eye to try to rest. Okay, I lost my Clarity. Fortunately, Clarity doesn't really do a lot. So it doesn't really hurt me that badly to not have it. But this would be the perfect time to have a Wand of Ice Blast ready to deploy against that Shining Eye. And I just don't have it. I also don't have charges of Tin of Tremor Stones or Lightning Rod. Condenser Vein would take too long. The other ones, I can do File of Floods, I guess. Yeah, File of Floods does deal good physical damage. Alright, so that went well. We didn't really get Mutated. We lost Clarity, but Clarity really doesn't do a lot once you have 4 pips of willpower. Okay, we can hopefully go down and deal with the Royal Jelly now. Oh, nice. I killed the slime. Oh, it was a slime creature. For blocking mutation, prisms are great. Prisms are great for blocking mutation. That's interesting. I think I have heard. You may not have been the first one to mention that to me. It's just that I never used prism. Yeah, so I'm not used to thinking about them like that. In general, I don't like them because they take damage and they can like just not do anything if they get destroyed. They also take 2 turns to do something, and that's also something that I don't like very much. But Orbs of Destruction do also do a similar thing. Like they take a bit too long to do something. But at least they do significantly more damage to a single target at least. So I don't know. I have never really found myself not liking Orb of Destruction. Who knows? I think it's also another reason for me not liking Prism is the targeting. Like every time that you cast it, you need to like position it, and that makes using it relatively slow. In that regard, I like positional magic spells because it makes it so that you can just position yourself in a way that you can. Oh, seriously? Okay. You can position yourself in a way that allows you to just spam the spell. Like for example, with Starburst, if you know that you're gonna be hitting monsters with Starburst well, you can just spam Starburst, and that's excellent. Okay. We unfortunately got the mutation. You do not regenerate when monsters are visible. What is going on here? Where are these shining eyes standing next to the stairs coming from? Like when I went upstairs, there was no shining eye. I go downstairs and I get immediately malmutated. That's pretty whack. The mutations that I have, like I'm gonna miss the poison resistance because I don't have any sources of poison resistance other than that mutation. Um, but it's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna go upstairs with this shining eye. Yep. I have a 20% chance to berserk when I melee, so I'm not gonna melee. I'm using the hat of the Bear Spirit. You're pretty happy that you never really learned magic before positional magic. It's both really fun and it makes things unique, but you also have nothing to compare it to. Okay, if you ever want something to compare it to, go back and play like an old version with Bolt of Fire and Bolt of Cold and Bolt of Draining and all those spells, and you will notice that those spells are very powerful, but they also are kind of whack to play with. And positional magic fixes that. It unfortunately reduces the power level. Well, for some spells, I guess, because, for example, Starburst deals even more damage than the old Bolt of Fire used to deal. Um, but you also cannot target it the way that you would like want to target it. So there's that. Okay, time to jump into the teleporter again. Wow, that was an amazing teleport. Cannot drink potions, not regenerating. This is starting to feel very uncomfortable, let me tell you. I'm not a fan of the current situation. I'm really starting to dislike the current situation. In fact, so much that I am going to check if I have Mystic Blast. Um, I do not have Mystic Blast. You never really like Bolt of Magma, so you probably wouldn't like other bolts. Yeah, other bolts are how magic used to be back in the day. Now, I like positional magic somewhat. I have my quarrels with it, with some spells of positional magic. I feel like with most of the ones that I had issues with, like for example Noxious Bog, it has already been fixed into something that I feel okay. This is now reasonable to use. But one of the ones that I still greatly dislike is Hailstorm. I hate that Hailstorm doesn't hit monsters next to you. I really do. I wish it did. That thing of not hitting monsters next to you greatly reduces the usability of Hailstorm. Um, it feels like a Hailstorm is not something that you're supposed to use with most characters. Like maybe it is an ideal spell for a Help Worshipper, just like get a knight, hide behind your knight, snipe things with Hailstorm, um, but if you're not doing that specifically, it can be pretty whack. I feel like in fact I already amnesiated with this character. I got it and then I amnesiated alongside Flame Wave because they were just like good for getting past the early game. And they were like the perfect combination of weak and high enough level that it was actually worth it to amnesia. Of course, I'm not really using freeze or scorch anymore, but they're also like really low level spells that I don't get anything for amnesiaing. By the way, this is a bad situation. Um, you have to like use it in a corridor with an ice beast in front of you, which is kind of a big setup. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of that. You don't like the change to Conjure Flame? I also don't like the change to Conjure Flame. That's in my opinion, it would just be better if Conjure Flame was straight up removed from the game. Before it used to be very powerful, and now I think it's not powerful enough to even consider. And it's not even powerful enough to reluctantly use like Flame Wave or Hailstorm are. Like you use them because you have to use something to get past the early game and get the good spells. It's not even that. You forget Conjure Flame is a spell. Did you ever play with Old Conjure Flame? Because Old Conjure Flame was insanely powerful. Not anymore, of course. Okay, so I was thinking of using Tin of Tremorstones here. It is bad because I have 6 armor class. Um, Yes, Tin of Tremorstones would be bad because of the 6 armor class. It would kill everything, but it will also deal a big amount of damage to me. And with 83 HP, without being able to drink potions, I don't want to take any more damage. I also cannot regenerate while monsters are seeing me because I got that bad mutation of a Shining Eye that was so unlucky. And I also don't have any regen items. So getting to 83 HP in these conditions is even worse than you would normally think. Um, this feels to me as if I had 40 HP, but I was able to drink potions and regen, and I had a regen item. That's what it feels like to me right now. Can I blink? I can blink right now. I don't think I die next turn, and I think there's a very reasonable chance of me teleporting next turn. Um, I have already spent 1 turn, 2 turns. This is gonna be the 3rd turn after I read teleport. So the teleport is coming. Um, and that's why I don't want to blink. Take a step removes 1 attack. Yeah, take a step removes 1 attack. I don't get hit by the acid blob. Could be a good idea. Could reveal something here maybe. Could reveal something over here. I don't think that's gonna happen, so taking a step seems like the correct thing to do. This is fine, I think. We can probably read a couple of summonings to block the or to like help protect me and just like run away. Um, we got a shining eye. I feel somewhat disgusted. Okay. Do note that I read 2 scrolls of summoning, and these guys are very much not killing things. Can you please fight the acid bluff? Like, summons in this game like to just follow you instead of fighting. I don't understand that. Probably shouldn't cast Fireball because it makes a ton of noise. I'm gonna go for an Orb of Destruction against the Acid Bluff. There we go, good stuff. I would like to be able to heal to full HP. Okay. Your rock slime dissolves into shadows. That's unfortunate. I needed that to kill the slime creature that's next to me. Okay. When that Azure Jelly gets closer, I am going to go for Orb of Destruction. Potions are back. Yeah, ideally I wouldn't have to use any potions, but it's a good thing to keep in mind. Okay. Hopefully I have enough mana to just do that again. Perfect. Orb of Destruction is so good. I love that spell. It's fantastic. And we emerge victorious somehow. That got very sketchy, very tricky, but we were able to survive. And let me tell you that as soon as I get out of here, I will drink a potion of mutation, which I have in a shop, I'm pretty sure. I have one. So fingers crossed for that, removing the weakness and the lack of regenerations. I hate that mutation. It doesn't even do a lot with this character because this character doesn't have any regen, but I still hate that mutation. One of the reasons why I don't like Ghoul that much. Okay, Royal Jelly is heavily wounded. What about drinking Brilliance here? Yep, we are also gonna read Immolation. We are gonna cast. We're gonna use Tin of Tremor Stones first and foremost. That's gonna kill everything except for the rock slimes, including the Royal Jelly, most likely. Didn't kill the Royal Jelly. But I guess the Royal Jelly also didn't get hit by that many explosions. We go for Refrigeration here. We feel a huge surge of power, so that's regeneration or refrigeration with 3 enhancers. It's at 92% power, 4 dice of 23. That's a lot of power, by the way. We have 16 ice magic, 12 spell casting, and we still cast that thing at 40 or at 92 spell power. Pretty crazy. We fridge again. That got rid of the rock slime. And now we're almost done. Fridge, and that's it. As easy as that. Wasn't really that dangerous. 3 enhancers and 47 intelligence. Yeah, even with low skills, 3 enhancers and 47 intelligence will do some wonders for you. Okay. I think as soon as I hit 21 fighting, I'm gonna go for training towards Firestorm. Yeah, training towards Firestorm is good because it also gives me Ignition, and I already have Fridge. And it doesn't seem that Polar Vortex is coming my way, so I would like to get a spell like that, like a high-level spell, just to win the game. That's a pretty beast helmet, let me tell you. That's like a great value helmet, like a hat of the Alchemist. It really is like a great value hat of the Alchemist. I'm gonna carry it around. If my character was not already that as crazy as it currently is, I would be very excited to find that. But I'm not gonna use that because I would be replacing my 2 willpower item for resistances that I do not need. Like yet another item that gives me obscene amounts of fire resistance. I don't need the resistance to electricity. as long as I'm wielding the elemental staff. And the poison resistance I would like to have, but I don't need it right now because I have the mutation. Majimbo, hold on, Majimbo. You tempted. I am tempted. The thing about is that I have the elemental staff. I don't have regen. I I don't have regen. So Majimbo drains your HP, and then it has a chance to give vampiric to your spell, right? Vampiric on refrigeration sounds pretty fun. Is Majimbo two-handed? It is two-handed. It's a quarterstaff. And by the way, Dre, thank you for following. I appreciate it. I hope that you have been enjoying this. Lame. I'm not using a shield either. Yeah, there's no shield on this character because I haven't really wanted to train shields. I did have a buckler and a kite shield and a tower shield, but not good enough to want me to train shields, to make me want to train shields. That's the proper way to say it. Let's take a look. Buckler of Protection, Orb of Mayhem. What does that thing do? That is not good, right? It causes witnesses of the wearer skills to go into a frenzy, attacking everything nearby with great strength and speed. Yeah, it frenzies monsters, and it frenzies monsters that will hit you. I don't want to get hit. +2 Buckler is cool. You don't know, maybe Mayhem Morph seems funny. But then again, if I wield that, I cannot use Damnation. And Damnation is Damnation. It's Damnation. Orb of Mayhem is fun. I see that people, or the general consensus is that Orb of Mayhem is fun, but I don't know if I want to do that. I feel like I'm just gonna berserk monsters and they're gonna hit me and I'm gonna die. That's what I feel when I read what that spell does, or what that thing does. You have Friction Orb of Mayhem. Who cares about Damnation? Damnation is better. It really is better. Like, you only say that because you have never experienced the power of Damnation. I have gotten a fair amount of wins with with Damnation. I have used it pretty much every time that I have gotten it, and it is always a very enjoyable item to use. I cannot believe that this character has so many crazy things. It has Leech, it has the Elemental Staff, it has Damnation, it has so many ridiculous items. Yeah, it has Majimbo too. It has a shimmering plate armor. I want to step on it just to know what it is. It's bath. Well, that's not so good. A potion of mutation that I'm gonna proceed to drink immediately. We lost most of the things that I had, including poison resistance. Need to keep that in mind for the future. Stuck with items like a cigarette character for sure. Yeah, maybe I will use an Orb of Mayhem eventually. Probably not with this character. If I got an Orb of Energy, I would use that one. Yeah, and by the way, now that I have switched to Damnation and taken a look at my resistances, I am very convinced not to use Damnation. It's a good thing because I also haven't been training crossbows. It is a shame. I kind of wanted to use it, but I feel like we're kind of married to the elemental stuff. Yeah, the elemental stuff is providing me with many resistances that I just cannot say no to. Morningstar of a Nice Cave. Okay, sure. In fact, we can just do this and see what we have in this level. And we don't really have anything that I'm not carrying already. In fact, I dropped Leech because I want to use Leech. In case you don't know, Leech heals you every time that you attack with it. It's guaranteed to heal you. It may not heal you for a lot, but it is guaranteed to heal you. And it also has harm. Yeah, I like the old version of Leech a lot better than now that it has harm. Um, yeah, I guess harm can be good with a weapon that heals you every time you swing with it, but that's not what my character is like trying to do. The thing is, this is a character that's a crazy character. It has everything. I could do anything, and I would have done extremely well. I have high quality armor. I have high quality weapons. I have high quality spells. The only thing that I'm missing is a good shield. I have a buckler of protection, but that's about it. Vampiric is excellent, and Leech is a special case. It is like the pinnacle vampiric item. Um, let's see. Gorges itself further on drain life force every time it strikes. Every time it strikes. Yeah, you can see here that it gets you like a special line of text compared to your normal vampiric items. It heals its wielder for a portion of the damage dealt every time it strikes a living foe. What spells do you have? A lot. They replaced the random circ with harm. It random circ. I never got to play with that version of Leech. I have Fridge, I have Orb of Destruction, I have Ignition, and I have Firestorm in a shop. So I just have everything that I could desire. I also got Toxic Radiance and Ignite Poison super early into the game, but I didn't realize that I had a book with Toxic Radiance on D6. I had Ignite Poison super early. Like by D6, I could have gone for Toxic Radiance, Ignite Poison, and that would have gotten me incredibly far into the game. But when I realized that I could have done that, I had already cleared Lair or can D15, so I just didn't do it. You wish you could sometimes get Asmodeus as staff or Cerebop's sword pre-extended. Yeah, me too. Me too. It's a very cool item, but unfortunately, it's not something that you really see used very often because of how difficult it is to get and how underwhelming it is after you get it. It would be a perfect item for earlier in the game. It really doesn't feel like a proper reward for going through all of that. And that applies for the two of those items, like Asmodeus' staff or Cerebop's sword. Yeah, it applies for the two of those. What is cool if you get it is the staff of the Spater, because the staff of the Spater shoots damnation, and damnation is good at any stage of the game. Um, Toxic Radiance and Ignite Poison is incredible. Yeah, it is a game-winning combination, kind of. If you are using that against monsters that are not poison resistant, the monsters die. And obviously, it doesn't do anything against monsters that are poison resistant, but for that, you have Noxious Bog too. Um, Hell seem harder and less rewarding than the first 10 runes. It's why I either don't do them or do them right before winning the game, pretty much like as the final thing to do after clearing SOT 5. Why I have always done Pandemonium before doing Hells. Even before the new Hot Hells. Bog is so good now. It is amazing. It is amazing for sure. We are going to get out of here and go do Spider. By the way, that was my second rune. The rune button. What's the rune button? That's not the rune button. I don't know what's the rune button. Yeah, I need to get a new keyboard. This keyboard doesn't let me press the rune button. I need to get a new keyboard. Maybe I should get a keyboard font. For like a nice keyboard. I wouldn't really want like something with mechanical switches or anything. Like I don't use my keyboard like that. I just want a keyboard with like the Mexican layout, so I can stop using this English layout Amazon Basics keyboard. Which, by the way, I have mentioned it before, but I will mention it again. Is literally the best keyboard that I have used in my life. Yeah, that key. I don't have the ability to press that key in this keyboard, but I can always copy and paste it. And we have the Slimy Rune of Sot and the Decaying Rune of Sot. Next on our list is getting the Spider Rune. So now that I have done Slime and gotten very close to dying on it, I feel like I am ready to do Spider. That's a shame. Am I standing on the stairs? I am not. I am no longer immune to confusion, but I have 4 pips of willpower, so I'm not gonna get confused for those. You can't believe you let Caps Lock loose your Deep Elf Conjurer run. That sucks. I don't think I have had it happen, but I have lost characters to accidents like that. It used to be that using the wheel in your mouse moved your character up or down in console, and I had that happen. Like I just moved the character down like 17 times, and I died because of that. I think it was also on a deep elf. It was way back in the day. I don't know if that thing is even like a possibility now, and I don't even know if you can have that happen in TAS, even if it is still something that can happen. Um, but I know for sure that now I don't touch my mouse while I'm playing this game. Then again, you went into Spider at level 12. Oh yeah, that's gonna be it. Um, And yeah, take a look at what I'm about to do. I'm gonna go into Spider at experience level 20, almost 21. Interesting entrance. This is the kind of entrance that I would be rejoiced to see with many, many characters. Um, oh yeah, that looks like fun. We have Starburst for this. This is what Starburst was made for. And by the way, this would be like the perfect moment to use Ignition. It's just that I don't have it yet. And wow, there's so many zombies that I wasn't able to kill them all with my mana. That's crazy. You meant to camp stairs but ended up waiting or doing something else and died to a ghost moth. Spider one ghost moth, or were you doing something crazy? And if you were beyond, and you were beyond like Spider one. Wow, Book of Necromancy. That's very flavorful. I mean, I can't believe that book doesn't have Dispel on Death. It should have Dispel on Death. Mm. Imagine not having Ignition for Spider. Yeah, I can't believe it. I can kinda get it. I just have to train more Fire Magic. Right now it's at 12. If I train it to 18 or so, I'm gonna be able to cast Ignition. Cookbook would be more flavorful. Probably doesn't taste good. Spider's Nest should be renamed to Den of the Ghost Moth because that's the real boss. Excuse me. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think the real boss of this place is gotta be the Emperor Scorpion. Um, yeah, I like this thing of doing Spider as my third rune. I'm really like enjoying um, the routing of doing Spider as the third rune. I would recommend it if you have never tried it. I might be very eccentric when it comes to this, maybe, but it has been working for me, so maybe it will also work for you. Scorpions gained haste a month ago, in case anyone in chat didn't get a warning yet. Yeah, Emperor Scorpions are faster now. You can no longer outrun them to bring them more in line with the normal Scorpions. Are you resistant to fire? Of course you are. Like, of all the resistances that it could have, resistance to fire. Also, I got confused by the Tarantula. Um, Something that I could also consider doing is picking up and using that buckler of resistance. It is a teeny tiny bit of extra armor class for my character, and I know that I'm not gonna be using Damnation a lot more. After a certain point in the game, I'm gonna drop it. After all, I never trained for it. I don't feel too punished for dropping Damnation. It's a shame that this character has everything. It has a Stormbow. It has a Stormbow. It has all that you could possibly want on any kind of character. It has Crystal Plate. It has incredible armor. It has incredible weapons. The only thing that it doesn't have is a Night Shield. I am surprised at how luxurious this character's life is. It's incredible. Yes, this series is incredible. It is a shame that it's a trunk seat, so it's like you cannot really replicate this unless you played the specific trunk build that I started the game on. Where's Firestarter? SMH my head? Yeah, I know. That's like the one thing that I could possibly want to wield that is not the elemental staff, and I just don't have it. By the way, I'm joking with that. Like I'm obviously not interested in wielding Firestarter with boots that give me 2 pips of fire resistance. I need like if there was a Firestarter that gave you resistance to electricity, I would be interested in that. But the closest thing to that is the staff that I'm currently wielding. So there's that. Maybe you'll find a nice tower shield. If I did, it would be like a long way to go until I can use it. Especially now with how weird and obscure the penalties to wearing armor are. Plus 10 intelligence tower shield, like the opposite of the tower shield of ignorance, the tower shield of knowledge, of omniscience. I guess the tower shield of omniscience could be a funny thing to generate. Maybe it could be the buckler of omniscience to be like even more opposed. Oh, artifact orbs. How has no one? How is that not a thing that exists in the game? That's crazy. By the way, we got Azrael, and then I cast two refrigerations, and then Azrael died, and then I increased intelligence, and now I have 51 intelligence. Jeez, this character is not real. I have not had this much fun with a character in like very long. This is a very powerful spellcaster, and that kind of thing doesn't happen to me very frequently. Whenever I play my spellcasters, they're not this powerful. But I attribute it almost entirely to the fact that we have gotten crazy good loot. Orbs are just babies right now. Let them be for. Let them be before. Let them be before they're expected to be an artifact. I see. Yeah, I really want to see like at least on Randart orbs. I want to wield the Orb of Sod. Like, it doesn't make any sense that the Orb of Sod is an orb, and now there's an orb item, and you cannot wield the orb item. That's unreal to me. Oh, that's not what I want. 3 dice of 29 irradiate compared to my 3 dice of 28 fireball. Jeez. Okay, so to be fair, I don't have any skill in transmutations, so it's understandable that irradiate deals only a teeny tiny bit more damage than fireball, but still fireball deals a teeny tiny bit less damage than irradiate. Think about that. That kind of thing doesn't really happen very frequently. Mayhem plus Guile Orb, the Orb of Sod. Someone mentioned that it would be cool if the Orb of Sod gave you permanent brilliance plus might or something. I think it would be very cool, yeah. Like purely offensive capabilities from the Orb of Sod. After all, when it comes to the downside, because it seems that orbs have a downside bundled with them, the Orb of Sod already has enough of a downside when you pick it up. It is, after all, gonna trigger the Orb run, and you're gonna get pummeled by Pan Lords. So it doesn't need any other downsides if you wield it. Demigod feels very easy to you. Do you remember? There's a meme for demigods in the Learn database. If you want to know about it, look up Demigod Wonder Guide, like DGWN Guide. And that meme has been in the community since I was a new player. That was like 2011. It's crazy that that's so long ago. It feels kind of like yesterday to me, 2011. Doesn't Korea love demigods? I think the meme is like the Japanese players who thought Demigod Wonder was so easy that they classified wins between, like, they differentiated between Demigod Wonder runs and non-Demigod Wonder runs, and that's really funny because way back in the day, Demigod wasn't really that good. Now I would say that it is very good. I wouldn't say that it is too easy because after all, you're still kind of atheist. Gods really do a lot for a lot of characters, but they're very good. As I mentioned, they get like the upside of being a Chaybriados worshipper without the extreme downside that is not being able to run away from anything for the entirety of the game. You had your dad try crawl, and he chose Demigod for his first game. That's crazy. Like, that's crazy on different levels. It's crazy because you got your dad to play crawl, and it's crazy because your dad chose Demigod. I can't believe it. I have tried to get people that I know IRL to play this for pretty much 11 years at this point, and I don't think no. I have a friend who did give it a try, but played like one game. But to be fair, she's not really too much of a video game player. But like other people that I know in real life that like play a lot of video games, I have suggested this game to them so much. Like I have like stressed how good this game is and how much of a jewel of game design it is. Like even people that have mentioned in the past that they want to become game designers and stuff, like I insist you should play this because this game does the whole making a game thing completely right, and they don't even glance at it, and I find that astonishing. So like I really cannot understand the concept of actually getting someone IRL to play crawl. That's not real. That's like fictitious. It's really hard to get people to play crawl. He quit after 10 minutes. Yeah. By the way, we just found Darkblade. The seed just keeps on giving. What is this seed? Like, apparently, bribing the server administrator has a good effect on your seats. I'm obviously joking. It doesn't have any effect, but you should indeed consider donating to your server administrator. Like even before donating to me, like don't misunderstand me. I would greatly enjoy receiving donations, but even before donating to me, consider donating to the server administrator because they do a lot for the community. They do even more than I would ever hope to do. Like I think their impact on the community is significantly larger than whatever I would do, and they go like unrewarded for all their that effort, or like mostly unrewarded. So there's that. Just like keep that in mind. If you happen to get a bunch of disposable income and you don't know what to do with it, you heard that if you donate to the streamer, you get good loot in your next run. Oh, that too. I guess you could donate to the streamer you watch to get some of my good loot. I mean, look at it's unreal. I can't believe it. I look at that screen, and by the way, you don't get the entirety of it. What I see is what is in the lower right corner. I see that, and that gives me my jewelry, my armor, and my weapons, and I can't believe it. Like it's actually absurd. That's not real. That's made up. We're gonna drink a potion of invisibility because I have a ghost moth next to me. We're gonna drink a potion of mana so I can kill that ghost moth, and then we're gonna starburst. That killed the two of them. That was a lot of damage. Okay. So it's really nice to do Spider this late in the game. If you can afford to do it, if you don't need the experience. And let me tell you, this place doesn't really give you a lot of experience. It's just how it is. I have noticed in many characters, I have not mentioned it, but pretty much most characters that I play, I go in here and I look at my skills and I do the entirety of Spider and I get in like one level in whatever skill I'm training. And I think that's ridiculous because this place is mad hard and it doesn't give you anything for it. So it's like not worth it to do pretty much. That's why I like to postpone it as much as possible. I wonder where the ghost moth is. It seemed to be next to me, so I just went for irradiate and it died. I would like to be able to get the rune or to at least kill all the ghost moths before my invisibility runs out. I am out of invisibility already. Spider has low experience, low loot. It's somewhere to extract a rune from. Yeah, maybe the correct thing to do when it comes to Spider is to just dive it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep that in mind in the future. I'm gonna try to start diving Spider because it really doesn't feel like something that you should clear. Maybe that's the point of the rework to just like push you slightly um, towards the mindset of don't do this. This is like unreasonably difficult, and you get nothing for it. Just like clear it or just dive it, get the rune, and get out. You've heard rumors something about inspiring the deck of Nemelek's item. Going to the Crawl tournament, we had 50 people from your work playing in it. Okay, I also know where you work. I'm not going to mention it for obvious reasons, but I can believe that based on your workplace. I can absolutely believe that. Very popular when you work with nerdy gamers. Nerdy plays, nerdy gamers. hmm we are going to. Orb weavers are scary, especially if you get swamped in by other spiders. I hate orb weavers. Those are probably like one of my least favorite spiders. If you don't have a good way to kill them, like if you don't have a good way to deal range damage, they suck. So I've never liked them too much. Also, it's awful when there's three orb spiders and they're taking turns shooting orbs of destruction at you pretty much every turn, because then you are like perfect coverage. Hex ones, kind of. Yeah, hex ones can be good. Most characters do have access to hex ones. Evocations is something that you should consider on almost all of your characters, I have to say. You love using Orb of Destruction against Orb Spiders, especially since Orb of Destruction for monsters are unfair. How is it unfair? I would like to hear more about why you think it is unfair. I mean, the player version deals way more damage than the monster version. Well, I guess right now my Orb of Destruction deals about as much damage as a Lich Orb of Destruction, if not exactly the same. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's 9 dice of 17. I guess you cannot see it unless I hide this. What is it? It's right here. 9 dice of 17. You can see it right there. It doesn't disappear. Monster or player Orb of Destruction also doesn't disappear, I'm pretty sure. It doesn't. I think it disappears because it hits a wall. Orb spiders are scary. You legit killed a Norweaver and it's all orbs still followed you. Yeah, sometimes you can get like those orbiting orbs of destruction. That's pretty cool when that happens. It also is kind of annoying, but it's pretty cool nonetheless. So I have 3 runes and I have experience level 21. I don't know. I guess that's just the demigod experience. I am very powerful. Don't misunderstand me, but I feel like I am missing a bit of experience here. I have the amount of HP that I would have on maybe a Jin at this point in the game, like leaving aside the amount of experience that a Jin would have at this point in the game. Like after doing exactly the things that I have already done, I feel like I would have this amount of HP with a Jin, and a Jin has -1 HP. Demigods have +1. It's just like getting very limited experience levels has that much of an impact. This appears out of line of sight. I'm not sure about that. I know because I have stepped away from my line of sight and it still hits things. Next time I get the chance to do it, I'll do it just to like make sure. A player cast Orb of Destruction can still hit things out of line of sight on the first turn they're out of line of sight. On the first turn only. Maybe that has been my experience. On the first turn only. I never knew about that one. I'll take it. Uh, I guess we're gonna have to do Crypt. Oh wait, I can do D13. And I skipped D13 because it had a Shadow Dragon. Yeah, there it is. I'm pretty sure it's a real Shadow Dragon too. I'm pretty sure it's not like a shapeshifter or anything. Goodbye. D13 Shadow Dragon, completely fair and balanced. Yeah, I saw that and I was like immediately, okay, time to leave the level. There's no D13. I wonder what wonderful things this place will have for me after killing that D13 Shadow Dragon. It had a Wand of Paralysis, cannot complain about that one. It had a Wand of Paralysis, and that's it. Let's go pick up that buckler. Let's put it on. Let's throw away Damnation, unfortunately, and also the projectiles, the bolts. They can go away. It's a shame. I wish I could use it, but I really can't. Also, I already have enough experience to cast Ignition, but it went from like 8% to 12%. When I put on the buckler, but unfortunately I don't have the spell levels to learn it, so I guess I'm just gonna train this to 16 or something, so I can get more spell levels. In case you didn't know, you can get spell levels off of training spell casting, also from leveling up, but those things are things that the demigod doesn't seem to do very well. It's truly a shame. They're still really powerful regardless. 51 intelligence. I don't have much else to say than 51 intelligence. The Nuke Hex spell that does retaliation damage is fun against things that hit heavy hitting things. Yeah, it seems interesting. It is definitely the kind of hex that I would be interested in giving a try to. And I'm not really that much of a fan of hexes, but like I'm thinking a Nogger that gets that and just casts it and then gets hit for an Orb of Destruction and then the monsters explode. That sounds like fun. So, what do we do now? I could do Bolts 5. I could do Crypt. The, the issue with doing Crypt is that I don't have any resistance to negative. But I can get that. Hold on. Resistance to negative. We have 4 wins, and I don't want to use 4 wins. And we have a ring of positive energy on Balls 1. I guess that's what I'm gonna do instead of using this ring of resistance to corrosion, at least for now. Anguish is fun, but kinda isn't great on all characters. You really don't want to get hit, right? But for a summoner, yes. Oh, it also works off your summons. Yeah, that's right. Mm, I think it might be not a terrible idea for me to go back to the Cloak of the Thief. Yeah, because the Cloak of Starlight hasn't really done a lot to me. Oh, Cloak of the Thief. Yeah, I was using the Cloak of Starlight. Nah. And I really wish that I could switch to using that helmet for the poison resistance. I lost my poison resistance, so we are gonna need that when we go into SOT. Like actually, we are going to need that. There's no alternative. You really should not do SOT without that. That's my personal stance on it. Clouds of poison can kill you so fast if you don't have the resistance. It's insane how fast you die to a cloud of poison because you don't really die that fast to anything else. Like you could be standing on a cloud of fire with no fire resistance for like 6 or 7 turns, and it would not be like perfectly fine, but it would not kill you as fast as standing on poison for 7 turns without the resistance. Also, the red draconians that place clouds of poison or the clouds of fire only do it in one tile, and the green draconians that place poison and the golden dragons place poison on like a huge area, so it's super hard for you to not be standing on poison only to sidestep it and be shot with poison again. Yeah, it's awful. But anyway, let's go to crypts because I need to get experience. Yeah. If this character had gone for necromancy, and there was an alternate reality where this character went for necromancy and nerd, and I got statue form, zombie hands, dispel on death, this character had so many paths that I have taken in the past that I can just do to win characters. But like the game gave me refrigeration and gave me refrigeration really really fast and really really early into the game too. So like why bother with anything else? Got teleported, got hit by Jori. We have a golden dragon skeleton here. Doesn't have any willpower. We can charm it and throw it at Jori. Um, come over here, Jody. Jody is kinda destroying the golden dragon skeleton. Yeah, literally, the dragon hasn't dealt any damage to Jody. That's crazy. How does that happen? How does that work? I have no idea. Um, okay, there we go. And goes for the finisher with a crystal spear. I am at full mana, or pretty much close to full mana, so I'm thinking cast or drink a potion of brilliance here and just like cast maybe fireball. It's gonna be very close to full power that fireball. Look at it, 3 dice of 29. That's insane. So we're gonna do that. Brilliance, we have 5 of them. I guess now we have 4. Fireball. Saint Roca the Messiah. Saint Roca is like a joke compared to Jori, let me tell you. Um, step over here, step over here. Go for Starburst so I can kill Saint Roca while I'm killing Jori. You destroy Jori. Big damage on that Starburst. How much damage does it deal actually? Jeez, 91. 6 dice of 23. It's such silly damage for a level 6 spell. I guess it's a level 6 spell that can miss, but I have heard that it hits like 20% of the screen on like a cast that hits all of the tiles. And that is a lot. That is pretty crazy. You can even manipulate it so it hits even more of the screen like I'm doing right now. Just like shoot it in a corridor and it will hit crazy amounts of monsters. Let me tell you, that was pretty good. Yep, I was a big fan of that fight. I didn't even take any damage, I'm pretty sure. The misses really suck. Almost died to something with high evasion, missing 5 times in a row. Yeah, it doesn't work for like Spriggans. I wouldn't even attempt it against the Spriggans. For those you have Fireball, because like if you have Starburst, you also have Fireball. It's like inevitable, unless of course if you didn't find Fireball. Um, but I think the books that have Starburst also have Fireball, or like at least one of them. And I know because I got that book that had Starburst, Fireball, and Ignition. It's a pretty fantastic book. Or if you're Jean, oh, I guess if you're Jean too. Yeah, it's just that Jean is more the exception than the rule. Very frequently, when you're playing a spellcaster, you will not be a Jean. Mm, yeah, and also not all Jeans are spellcasters. Sometimes you get abysmal spell sets as a Jean, and you are kind of forced to do something else. You've found books with only Starburst. Um, oh yeah, like I'm pretty sure there's at least one book with only Starburst, but there's a book that has a Starburst and also has Fireball. Also, when I was really talking about when I mentioned that like if you have Starburst, you also have Fireball, was that if you can cast the Starburst, you can also cast the Fireball. That's what I meant. It's only a matter of actually having the spell, but when it comes to actually being able to use the spell, you can definitely do so. Um, Oh, I haven't done Elf. I just got reminded that I haven't done Elf by these Deep Elf that Magi, so I will most likely also go do Elf for a bit of experience. Elf is not really a place that you do for experience because it has the same issue as a Spider when it comes to the experience department. But at least Elf does have good loot for you, so I'm looking forward to that. I mean, this character already has all the loot that I could possibly desire for. Um, but who knows? I mean, I could get a better buckler. I could maybe get. I don't think I would do a row of folly run. Maybe I would. Okay, okay. Hear me out. Hear me out. Maybe I would do a row of folly run if I happen to get it here. But I would need Firestorm. Like I refuse to use row of folly if I don't have Firestorm. Just like actually not having willpower is so scary. Um, what slowed me? You cannot slow me. I guess I got hit by a monster that slows. In this place, there's so many of them. Like this Eidolon. All the raids and the Eidolons can slow on melee. Mhm. So, after doing this, I guess we're gonna do Elf. Normally, I would do the other way around, or like more precisely, I just wouldn't do this place at all, and I would just do Elf. But we really need all the experience that we can squeeze out of this 3-rune game with this demigod. If we get lucky, we might be able to do a Ziggurat because we have well, we have Ignition. We can cast Ignition, we just cannot learn it yet. But when we can learn it, we can cast it. It's already at 10%, and it will get even lower as the game progresses. We have Refrigeration already. We have Firestorm. We just need to learn it. Well, and actually, like we need to train a bit for Firestorm. It's not here, but Firestorm. 96% chance to fail. I would most likely remove the buckler in order to cast this because I feel like the buckler would be is probably interfering with my success rates on that quite a bit. For the sake of knowing, I'm gonna take off the buckler and I'm gonna inspect that again, and then I'm gonna put on the buckler again, of course. Okay, let's see what we got here. 91%. So it went from like 96 or something to 91. It's not that much, but it will be getting more noticeable and more noticeable the closer I get to being able to cast it. There will be a point where I will be able to cast it if I'm not wearing the buckler, and at that point I will take off the buckler and cast a spell, and then eventually I will be able to cast it with the buckler, either by training more of the spell school or just training armor or just training shields. I mean, but we're not at that point yet. Glitchcat is being so sweet and needy. You know, that emote has a story. There is a streamer that is called Glitchcat7, and when that emote was released and it didn't reference the streamer in any way whatsoever, that streamer was so mad. Yeah, he was even like considering pursuing legal action against Twitch. I think he just ended up not doing it. But I think it's kind of lame that like that streamer is like a partner, and Twitch released an emote with the name of the streamer and no recognition for the streamer. Feels kind of whack to me. By the way, how did I get flayed? Okay, so that's why I don't like Fogo. That's what I don't like about the fog effect. Sometimes you just like reveal the monsters. Like for example, I got flayed again after getting the fog effect, and that's pretty whack. But it just happened. It just happened. Why is it happening? Does it not affect those flayed ghosts? Okay, there we go. Fortunately, I can just like one-shot them. It was not really a complaint. It's just like sometimes Fogo can be pretty bad. That's why I don't really consider it to be a very reliable escape option in the same way scroll blinking would be. It's something that you have to use um, with like anticipation, with a lot of foresight. Like if you see a Yoctor band and you took 50 damage, but 50 damage is only like a small portion of your maximum HP, then you can go for a Scroll of Fogo and continue fighting. But if that same 50 damage, if you're playing a Spriggan or something and your 50 damage is like, oh, I actually lost my half of my HP in a single attack because evasion is a placebo, then using a Scroll Fogo is probably not gonna do a lot because you might read it and then you might get hit for another 50 and you might die as a result of it. So yeah, it's a good consumable and a good item and a good effect, but it is not really a good escape option. That's what I have to say. Um, okay, a lot of vampires. The vampires are so scary. Well, the Vampire Knights, they're not scary to my character, but I have had some bad experiences with these guys. In fact, I had a run where I got two Vampire Knights in Swamp, in that ending that can have Vampire Knights, and it was so scary. I literally got paralyzed and died from the Vampire Knights because I think they have the combination of going invisible, so you forget that that you're fighting a Vampire Knight and you're like, oh, I'm fighting an invisible monster, and then you get hit with the paralysis that you forget about like it being a possibility because you're fighting an invisible monster. So in that regard, Vampire Knights specifically, are so nasty. You died to a Vampire Knight paralysis not too long ago. Yeah, like the only way for you to truly learn what it means to respect a Vampire Knight is for you to experience a Vampire Knight. It's just how it is. By the way, this is a very nice upgrade for a Ring of Positive Energy because it's literally that, but it also has other nice things. Unfortunately, it doesn't have resistance to corrosion, which would have been the thing that would like really incentivize me to keep using that. Um, a lot of rings of positive energy right there. Also a lot of money. That bolt usually has like an instant leech. Like that part of the bolt, the entrance to tomb usually has like an instant leech or something. Not this time around, apparently. There's an enhancer staff right there, but I really couldn't care any less about that enhancer staff. After all, we have the royalty of enhancer tapes in the form of the staff, the elemental staff. It's very hard to top that one. Okay, so normally I would have gone for an Orb of Destruction against that one dude, but unfortunately I was very close to it, very close to the War Gargoyle, to be able to use an Orb of Destruction. Okay, this is going unusually well. I'm dealing so much damage. It goes to show how good it is to be able to deal a bunch of damage. Also having two enhancers. Two enhancers and 51 intelligence. Yeah, that will make any character into a good spellcaster. It's just that not any character can get two enhancers and 51 intelligence. Okay, we got a Dreadlich. I'm just gonna walk away and it hits the Dreadlich, kills the Dreadlich, hits the Ancient Lich, kills the Ancient Lich. Perfect. 4 casts of Orb of Destruction kills all of my foes. 11 spell levels, so I can afford to get Ignition now. Ignition is at 9%. If I took off my buckler, or ideally if I started training shields, I would be able to cast that very well. Um, I think I'm gonna continue training fire magic, conjurations, and spellcasting. Yeah, five shield skill is very cheap. Yeah, but unfortunately, bucklers are affected by the nerf to shields. You know, now you used to remove all penalties with four shields. Now you need to train who knows how much to remove all penalties. I think you actually need to train 27 to remove all penalties in all shields. That's crazy. What is wrong with this character? Why does this character have everything? Like, I have already found like easily 10 weapons that win you the game instantly the moment that you find them. This would just be like adding to the list. In case you don't know, this is the other special vampiric weapon. This is a quick blade that heals you for the entirety of the damage that you deal whenever you would get healed by vampiric. It's like the opposite of Leech. Leech heals you every time that you swing with it. This one heals you for the entirety of the damage. In fact, you can notice because the line of text that you get on the description is different. Let me hide this for a second. It occasionally heals its wielder for the full amount of damage dealt when it wounds a living foe. Wasn't that plus 12 last time you got it? It was plus 12. It got nerfed because it was too ridiculous. It was actually insane. It is still insane, but it is slightly less insane now. Sorry. Um, Incunabulum. Is that how you're Incunabulum? It's probably Incunabulum of Stones and Ignition. It's called the book has Ignition in its name. I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't have Ignition, the spell. I mean, I guess we cannot know because I already absorbed the book and removed it from reality because that's how books work in this game. But yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised if the book didn't have Ignition, and then I would have said, oh, that book should have had Ignition. But we will never know. So this time there was no Khufu. I have had a fair amount of characters fight Khufu recently after not having killed Khufu in this account. Yeah, it's crazy. The first and only time that I killed or that I fought Khufu before I killed him for the first time in this account, I actually got killed because I made some serious mistakes. That run is on YouTube, in case you want to watch it. It's the run that's just called Frog. It's Frog Part 1, Frog Part 2, and then Frog Part 3. Only lasts like 8 minutes. And I was like, I was feeling so strong with that character. I was like, I kind of want to go do Extended, but I have bad mutations. So let's just go do Crypt and try to find some potions there to heal my mutations. And then I got killed by Khufu in Crypt. It was a shame. But I also misplayed super bad. Yeah. Incunabulum. I cannot pronounce that. I give up. I give up. I'll try later. You think I got it right? Oh, I probably got it right. Yeah, I cannot even like say it again. I need to read the word. It's a high complexity word that is also like barely used. I don't even know what that is supposed to mean. But that's a nice word indeed. We did the entirety of Crypt. I'm only experience level 22, but I got Ignition. We could go do a Ziggurat. I have Ignition and Refrigeration. I have almost all that I would need to be able to do a Ziggurat without being incredibly terrified of just like exploding all of a sudden. It is a word that means book for people who remember too many words. I see. Oh, I guess I can do the Vestibule of Hell. Hold on. Before doing the Ziggurat, I can do the Vestibule of Hell. Oh, Elf. Elf. Let's do Elf before doing that. Aha, yeah, I have not done elf, so we can also add a teeny tiny bit of experience to this character by doing elf. Yikes! I feel like with the reduction of experience in it is in 0.28, right? It's not like a 0.27 thing. Mm, you need to do all of the game, including parts of the game that were previously like left completely forgotten, like crypt. Um, that's a shame. I probably should pick up. No, I shouldn't pick up. Like I was thinking, maybe pick up a different weapon to melee with. But I, it's not a matter of my weapon is bad and I don't want to melee with it because of it. It is a matter of I have an item that makes me berserk when I have a weapon, and that's terrifying. That's something important to keep in mind. Okay, a distortion mace. That could be dangerous. Orb of Destruction there. Orb of Destruction down there. Amazing. Orb of Destruction is such a good spell. Okay. So yeah, if the game had more experience, I definitely would have been able to just go win the game the moment that I got my third rune. And I can kind of still do that. It's just that I am slightly nervous to go into SOT. You know, when I got it, I think I was experience level 21 or maybe even 20. I'm not sure. And regardless of what it was, I'm 22, experience level 22, and I still feel like I don't have enough HP to be able to survive SOD, especially because my defenses are not really like the greatest thing in the world. They're fine, but they're not like I'm not rock solid. But I do have good resistances at the very least. Mm. I guess it does have like advantages to go in a tangent and do these parts of the game. Try to find potions of experience, ideally items that give me resistances, specifically poison resistance. That's something that I do not have and that I will need. And I guess I could just use a ring of poison resistance in place of the ring of resistance to corrosion that I'm currently using. But I would definitely prefer to use something that gives me more than that, like poison resistance and something else. Mm, okay. Has anyone gotten those bolts that place on Randards, but you already have the on Randard? Just like out of sheer curiosity. Your front fan died in your computer, I am assuming. The time has come for you to replace it with one of those ugly Noctua fans that are incredible. Embrace the brown fan. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, let me show you what a Noctua fan looks like. Thanks to the wonders of streaming, I can do so very easily. I just need to look up a picture on the internet. Noctua. Cursor RGB. RGB, yikes. I just need to look up a picture of a Noctua fan and drag and drop it into my desktop and then drag and drop it into the streaming through streaming program. And there it is. Oh, it's massive. Hold on. Let's resize it. Let's resize it a bit more. And there it is. That's a Noctua fan. It is so ugly, but it is so good. It's like actually, they're like the best fan makers in the whole industry. So if you ever need a fan for your computer, get one of those. They're ugly, but they are really, really good. Um, he's a massive fan of yours. You'll get two for the front instead of the one that just died. You should look into like a tutorial for that. I also don't have a lot of expertise on Airflow, but I know that it's not as simple as just put a million fans on it. You need to actually look into what's optimal so that there's like so that it works how you want it to work. hmm And yeah, very frequently that will not just like be resolved by slapping a million fans. Air comes in and goes up and it goes out. Yes, but what if you're pushing in more air than you can push out, and weird things may happen. You know, just look at it. I think I saw a video from Linus about that a while ago. But as frequent as it's frequently said, use it or lose it. I completely forgot what the video was about because I never really put that information into use. Book Emporium. Okay, that's interesting. I hope that it has a manual of shields. Okay, this character has everything. I'll just buy that. Let's take a look at this. Manifold, I already have that. I'm not using it. I don't care about that. Polar Vortex. Well, there it is. I think the time has come for me to stop training that, and stop training this, and start training Ice Magic. 23 Ice Magic. Oh, sorry. 23. Positive and negative pressure. Yes, it's something like that. Um, you live in San Diego for a bit, and there's a store called Fan Diego. Fan Diego. Oh my! I can't believe it. I can't believe it. That's crazy. Um, so when it comes to that book, I will actually just like not buy it immediately because there's not much point in buying it immediately, since I cannot really cast the spell yet. But when I can cast the spell, I will buy it. And the reason why I'm delaying is because I would have like that. Doing that gives me the option of maybe finding the spell without having to spend the money. Who knows? Maybe I get a bazaar, like not a temporary bazaar, like a permanent one in this level or in Depths 4, which I don't think I have done yet. You have 5,000 gold almost, and you don't have even worship Gozak. Yeah, this character has gotten crazy amounts of everything. Crazy gold, crazy good loot. The only thing that it doesn't have is a crazy good shield, crazy good spells, crazy intelligence, and I could even have more intelligence. Like right now, I have 51, and I'm not using my robe that gave me 8 intelligence because Archmagi just gives me more spell power, so there's no point. But if I really wanted to have the big number, I could have 59 intelligence, maybe even more than that if I use like double rings of intelligence instead of the one that I'm using right now. Um, this looks like the entrance to the vault. I don't like this particular ending to Elf because I feel like it takes up an unreasonable amount of the level. Like it's massive. I don't want to fight that. Yeah, I don't want to fight that one. Battle Axe of Distortion in a corridor where I cannot Orb of Destruction it. Might as well just like not take that fight. Single refrigeration later, everything dies. It's a really good spell. Elf Castle. Yeah, that ending I don't like it because it's so massive and it is very much like the opposite of what I want in my endings on Elf. Oh no, this is not gonna be funny. I hope that I don't get banished. I didn't get banished. Oh, I miscast. I hope that I don't get banished. Okay, I didn't get banished. That was crazy. There was a pretty good chance that I was gonna get banished there, um, but it didn't happen, fortunately. Okay, high level elves. It would be a shame for you if I had refrigeration and the condenser bane. We get more freezing. And then what happened there? Did I get paralyzed from something? No, no, no. It just like a bunch of things happened. Okay, that's fine. I took 12 damage. Doesn't really do a lot. This character is ridiculously powerful. 9 damage again. Might go for refrigeration. Probably should have gone for drinking a potion of brilliance here before the fight, so I didn't run out of mana. But it's too late for that, and of course it is even more late than you would think because not only do I have no mana, but I also don't have the ability to drink potions. Any spell that hits everything in line of sight is a good spell. Yeah, refrigeration is just an incredible spell. Back in the day, it used to actually be very bad because it broke your potions instead of just preventing you from drinking them. It broke your potions and it also dealt damage to you. I remember those days because one of my first characters. In fact, it was my Spriggan Enchanter of Nemerex. I think that character had refrigeration. I'm pretty sure. Let's make sure of that. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. Let's get the log for that character. Last. Okay. Oh, it turns out that in my main account I have only ever won one Spriggan. Yeah, once was good enough for me. That's the character that I was talking about. So, this character has, when it comes to spells, where is it? It had also Kubus Refrigeration, which back in the day was a level 5 spell, and it was excellent success rate instead of perfect success rate. The things that the game hid from you back in the day, that's crazy. Spriggan got better later, but was probably your least fun start outside Cat. Yeah, most starts in the game get better later, even the ones that are not particularly good. And Spriggan would definitely qualify as one of those that are not particularly good. But the thing is that sometimes, or very frequently, I should say, you're not gonna get to later in the game because of how bad they are at the start of the game. I would consider them to be very unfun. Whoa. Okay, what is this character? What is going on? I am confused. Like that is yet another weapon that literally wins you the game. You can use that on almost any character and win the game, um, because of how powerful it is. We got Arga, and we got like a collection, an unreasonable collection of artifact weapons. You won with Arga, yeah. Arga is just insane. Like we have Arga, Four Winds, Cloak of Starlight, Cloak of the Thief, Hat of the Bear Spirit, Elemental Staff. We have Wrath of Trog. We have the Stormbow. We have Damnation. We have Vampire's Tooth, Arcblade. We have Majimbo. We have Leech. And that's pretty much it when it comes to artifact weapons. That's pretty much it. Like as if it weren't enough. Any one of those one wins you the game. Any one of those that I just mentioned. Well, except for Majimbo. Majimbo is not so good. Oh wow, that's a beast ring. Yeah, that's a beast ring. Poison resistance, double willpower, force laying. This seed has everything. I am definitely putting this on YouTube. Majimbo is not a win condition. Yeah, Majimbo is like the only one that is not incredible from the. Oh my! I can't believe it. I can't believe it. We got the roll of folly. Okay, I have to use that. I will use it with Firestorm. Goodbye, Polar Vortex. I have to use it with Firestorm. I guess we might do a 15 rune game. Please roll of folly. I am forced. I am like contractually obligated to do it now because I mentioned it and then it came to me. I'm not gonna put it on immediately, but I will use it. You can be sure that I will use it. And obviously, because we don't have enough time in a 3 rune game to use it, I will very much go for a 15 rune game. So if I'm gonna have 0 willpower, the Hat of the Bear Spirit has become completely useless to my character. I mean, not for now, but it will become completely useless the moment that I can cast Firestorm, and not a moment earlier. Let me be perfectly clear here. I will cast only Firestorm, well, pretty much only Firestorm, the moment that I wear Robe of Folly, but I will not. I will not put it on before I can cast only Firestorm. Um, Robe of Folly is Brilliance, 0 willpower. It should say willpower equals 0 because that's what it does. It sets your willpower to 0, and it also gives you 8 intelligence. So, yeah. I like the flavor text for this. It is enchanted to provide mages with immeasurable power and more than a little overconfidence. More than a little overconfidence. It halves the magic cost of your spells because it's permanent brilliance. It also reduces your willpower to 0. Um, Never seen this item before? Oh, you have seen it. It's just like this is not the first iteration of the Robe of Folly. It's like the third or fourth iteration of it. It has been heavily reworked, and this is like the newest version of the Robe of Folly that gives you brilliance. So brilliance increase is like Archmagi, but it also halves the cost of your spells. It's super duper good. Of course, it has a massive downside, making you have 0 willpower. Do you have a Guile Orb in this game? I do not. The only orb that I have is an Orb of Mayhem. Let's find out what that is. Come on. Stop that. Item. Orb. That's not very useful, game. Okay, I give up. I give up. Likely saw an older version. Yeah, it is. It has gone through many iterations, the Robo Folly. I am excited for doing that, and that already seals the fate of this character. Like, there's no way that this character doesn't go to YouTube after this. It helps your willpower and all enemies around you. Do I care about willpower? I mean, Firestorm doesn't check willpower. Firestorm checks resistance to live or resistance to dying. Um, Galorb is a permanent vulnerability scroll. Ah, I see. But okay, give me suggestions. Give me suggestions. If you had this character with an Orb of Guile, what would you do with it? Because I don't see much that I would do that would be better than just casting Firestorm. Like really, I don't think. I really cannot think of any reason to go for that instead of going for Firestorm. Puts you all on equal willpower levels, lol. Yeah, puts everything on 0 pretty much. But why would I want the monsters to be on 0? Like, that's just giving them turns when I can Firestorm them. Um, and the reason why Firestorm is like especially good is because it places a bunch of monsters in front of you. So even if you will get banished or you will get paralyzed, you won't have that happen if you have Firestorm. And by the way, I kind of want to wear this. Oh, I probably shouldn't do it in this place, Banishment Land. Let's see what we have here. Other than the Robe of Folly, I still can't believe it. Like, that's unreal. That's crazy that it happened. I still haven't bought Firestorm, and it seems that we didn't find it. 88% chance to fail it. Yeah, it's gonna take me quite a while to succeed at casting Firestorm. If I were the Robe of Folly, how likely am I to get absolutely dumpstered by a Lich? Just like out of sheer curiosity. I'm not gonna do it until I have the spell, until I have Firestorm. What is it? Lich. That's not the Lich that I want, but that helps. 92% chance to succeed at slowing me, and it only gets worse after that. Ancient Liches have a 96% chance to petrify me with 0 willpower, and then Dread Liches also have a 96% chance to paralyze me with Robo Folly. So we are not doing that just yet. We're gonna go back to Archmagi, the safer Archmagi, and Ziggurat or Bolt 5? Ziggurat or Bolt 5? It's gonna be Bolt 5. I did say I'm not gonna do Bolt 5 until I have Ignition, and now I have Ignition, so I guess we can do that. Oh man, this character. This character is not real. Like, what is going on? I am confused. I am confused and slightly scared about this character. Yeah, we're gonna do a Ziggurat, but maybe not at experience level 22. After all, we can just go into Bolt 5, press the ignition button, and literally one-shot the entire circle of Bolt Guards, and also poor Stone Giant that happened to be next to the Bolt Guards. That's crazy. Even with this, I don't think I have ever had it like a single cast of any one spell one shot the entirety of the bolt cards. That's crazy. I just deal that much damage. Look at it. 3 dice of 21. And it looks whack, right? Especially compared to the 3 dice of 30 of the fireball. But what you need to what you need to take into account is that those 3 dice of 21 hit every monster that's next to the monsters. So like the guys are not really getting hit for 3 dice of 21. They're getting hit for 9 dice of 21, sometimes even more than that depending on how many monsters are next to them. It's incredible for large agglomerations of monsters like we had right at that point. It's very nice to check a monster for hexes and see that it has a 0% chance to hex you. I definitely like that. Okay, let's try to do this. Okay. Maybe we can go for Ignition. Maybe Ignition will be enough to kill the 2 Storm Dragons. Yeah, Refrigeration doesn't work that well. These guys are cold resistant. Ignition it is. Okay. And you didn't die. That's a shame. I have 6 mana. We can definitely go out. Regen my mana. Come back in. Oh, it's a glowing shapeshifter. It looks like a Bolt Warden. I look away for 1 second and you obliterated everything. I did indeed obliterate everything. It's a high power spellcaster. It's kind of what it's supposed to do. If it's a high power spellcaster and it's not obliterating everything, it's not really a high powered spellcaster. But yeah, that's the good stuff. This kind of character makes me happy. I feel like if I went for riskier decisions when character building, I would end up with this kind of character more frequently. Because if you think about it, this character is very risky in the approach that it's taking. When it comes to killing things without spells, I don't have melee. I only have evocations. I don't have a god to like reliably restore my mana. I don't have good defenses. Like this character is a bunch of things that I don't do very frequently, but I can kind of get away with it because the spellcasting is that powerful. You could theoretically throwing a little bit of harm on this character even, and it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But that was, of course, for earlier in the game. Going into extended, like even on a character that could theoretically like make use of harm, I wouldn't like do it because harm increases the amount of damage that you take from torment. Getting tormented from full HP and losing 75% of your HP is not a nice thing. So I don't want to be in the receiving end of that. That's just how I'm gonna put it. This is going well. I am fighting the entirety of the level at the same time. We are going to walk here. Ignition doesn't kill these 2 guys. Interesting. Wow. Okay, maybe I shouldn't ignition that much. It's amazing when you're hitting many monsters at the same time with it. But if you're hitting only 2 monsters that are next to each other, it's not so good. So the Bolt Warden appeared, was ready to trap me in that level. Fortunately, I was able to escape the constriction of the tentacled monstrosity and go back up. Yeah, it even closed the door while I was on my way up. Okay, looking pretty good. Oh, by the way, earlier today I was playing some Guilty Gear Strive. I hadn't played that in like 2 weeks or so, but I had a pretty good game, and I was kind of proud of it, despite the fact that I am like very rusty at that particular version of Guilty Gear. And I decided that I was gonna upload it to YouTube. So I guess if you have never seen Guilty Gear Strive, I put a 2-minute video about that on YouTube with like no commentary. So it is very much the opposite of what I deliver when I am playing Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. Like I play very well Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, and I also give insight into the decisions that I'm making and why I am making them. And when I play fighting games, it's like the opposite. I am completely quiet and there's no commentary whatsoever. And I am also really not that good at fighting games. So there's that. But I guess it can be enjoyable. I have it more like as a as a diary or like as a record for posterity. Like I wanna be able to look back into things that I thought that were cool when I was like not as good at fighting games as I will ideally be in the future, and be like, oh, look at that, and I thought that was good. Now I can do something much better than that. And yeah, I know that's the journey that some content creators have had when it comes to fighting games. So I would like to be able to experience that. I killed so many things. We found a +2 kite shield, but I don't know if how much it's going to mess up my spellcasting. I guess I should put it on to find out. No, but I would be losing Protection Brand. I want Protection Brand. I think Protection Brand is more valuable than a higher shield rating. Okay, the time has come to stretch your back if you have not stretched your back. I am stretching my back. It really changes your life to stretch your back. Mine, like, it may be that I'm like really used to cracking all of my joints. Like I do it so frequently, and I have done it for since I was a kid, pretty much. But like I stretch my back, and my back cracks, and it feels good. It feels like everything is going into the correct spot. Um, Fresh air is best. It is indeed best. Um, Hold on, what is that? Hand crossbow of penetration. That would be amazing if you had a high amount of slaying, which this character doesn't really have. But then again, I don't need a high amount of slaying. I don't have it equipped, but I could get it. Yeah, I have that. I have 2 rings of slaying. I have a third ring of slaying, and then I have the cloak with 3 slaying. Yeah, if I was an octopoth, I would have access to 12 slaying for use with that hand crossbow. And at that point, it doesn't matter if it's a hand crossbow or throwing rocks, you're gonna be melting things pretty hard with that 12 slaying. Um, I ran out of mana. Fortunately, the Cloak of the Thief happened to generate some smoke for me to run away. That went pretty well. Here we go. I like my fireball dealing such ridiculous amounts of damage and it one-shotting things. 3 dice of 30. I have had characters with Irradiate deal significantly less damage than that with Irradiate and still win the game and still have me feel like I am very powerful. So having that on Fireball, which is like almost full screen, is insane. Probably should stop Orb of Destructioning those guys. Go for something a bit more mana efficient. An Orb. Okay, Orb of Guile. Is it gonna be an Orb of Guile? Okay, let's do a channel point prediction. Just like because I never do those. I used to do them more often, but people didn't really engage with them, so I stopped doing them. Let's give it a try now. Let's do a channel point prediction on that Orb. Will this Orb be Guile? Yes and no. Let's make it a minute. No, let's make it like 2 minutes. I'll exclude the orb and I'll pick it up. I'll pick it up after the prediction is over. Okay, so if you care about channel point predictions, now is the time to make yourself be noticed by engaging with the channel point prediction, of course. Wow, that longsword took a while to kill with my fire magic. Of course, it is kind of hard to kill it since it's very resistant to fire. For this fire giant, I think the correct thing to do is to Frozen Ramparts and freeze it, of course. Yeah, of course we're gonna do that. What else would we really do against a Fire Giant as a nice elementalist? And I did that, by the way, and the Fire Giant didn't really do a lot, and I was able to kill it with relative ease. That's how powerful I am, that I was able to kill a Fire Giant with my starter spells. um, doesn't show you how much damage it deals. No, it does. A dice of 12 and a dice of 11. That was pretty funny. Okay. Ah, a bunch of dudes. It would be a shame if I had spells that hit the entirety of the screen. What book is on the ground back there? I actually have no idea. Back there, I picked it up, probably, out of pickup doing wonders. Oh, it was probably marked as useless if I didn't pick it up. Yeah, this one, right? Minor Magic. Magic Dart, Call Imp, and Meth. I already have all three of those, I assume. Yeah, I have Magic Dart there. Oh, I have Blink. Okay, I'll get that. Um, Ramparts is it's such a good early spell as you don't have to deal with undead. Yeah, I started as an Arts Elementalist, and before I had to deal with any undead, it was crazy because I found a fire book with Scorch and Flame Wave before I had to deal with any undead. It was magical. Like, from the very start, this run was blessed. Imagine if I had died early in the game and I hadn't gotten to see the absolute grace that is this like this character. I would have been so sad. This character got so many crazy things. Um, yeah, I even have 4 scrolls of blinking now after using 2 of them earlier on the stream. I haven't really gotten into situations that have made me think, oh, I wish I had blinking. Fortunately, I guess. We are gonna do. Oh, we're gonna memorize Blink. Yeah, important. Very important thing to do. I can turn that off. I already ran out of the manual. I'm gonna turn on translocations a bit to like 6. I have a manual for that, but it really doesn't do that much to have a manual of translocations. The cool translocations spell that really wanted you to have high levels of translocations was controlled blink, and that thing is kind of gone for the game or from the game. Um, if you never got to play with controlled blink, that was a crazy powerful spell. It was truly insane. I didn't really get to play too much with it either, but the little that I did play when it came to controlled blink, it was obscene. Like, it was actually pretty unfair. um, I mean, it's for a reason that when it got removed from the game, players were able to blink in SOT again, because like otherwise you could just blink past everything and win the game like that. It was crazy. Blinking scrolls are so invaluable. You gotta have them at some point in any run. Yes, you really should try to go as much out of your way as possible to not use them in almost any situation. I mean, they are there to prevent you from dying, of course, but in many situations, there's many other things that you can do instead of using scroll blinking in order to survive. Either teleporting or having a little hindsight, using potions of curing, heal wounds, ambrosia, that kind of thing. Okay, time for the prediction. Let's find out if this orb is an orb of guile. Okay, it is an orb of energy. Give me that. I want that. I actually want that. Goodbye, buckler of protection. Who needs you? Give me this orb of energy. So it was not an orb of guile. Time to pay out the prediction. Prediction outcome. Will this orb be guile? It was not guile, so congratulations to those who predicted no, because it was not an orb of guile. It was an orb of energy. Very exciting one, for sure. So you're going for the book. The book is a book of minor magic, which is marked as useless because I already have all the spells that the book offers. available to me. As you can see, if I pick it up, unfortunately, you learn nothing new. That's what that means. When the name is grayed out, it's that the item is useless to you for one reason or another. In this case, it was that I already had access to all those spells being offered to me by the book. So the time has come to go into a cigarette. Yeah, we can definitely go into a cigarette now. Um, we even have blink for ease of positioning. So there's no overlap skilling. Depends on what you mean by overlap skilling, because you can pick up multiples of the same manual and it just extends the duration of the enhancement to your aptitudes. But when it comes to the same book, like there's no point in picking up multiples of the same book. It literally doesn't do anything. Crawl is not really a game where you forget about the spells and you need to find like new books to refresh the same spells or anything like that. In fact, it's very user friendly. This is all the spells that I have found in the entirety of my playthrough that I haven't already memorized, and I just have them all at my disposal without like having to carry a physical book item. That's a relatively recent change. It was like it's gotta be like a year-old change at this point, but this is like a big quality of life thing. Having access to everything without having to worry about carrying a specific item. So it's just growth rate and not raw skills. Mm, when it comes to normal items or to normal books, they don't affect this screen. This is your skills. Um, Manuals, on the other hand, do affect your growth rate. As you can see, like they make you learn faster. If I was to not have the manual, the translocations skill would be leveling up much more slowly. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's translocations, and I'm not really using translocations a lot with this character. But yeah, that's kind of how books work in this game. There's like the books that offer you spells, and then there's the manuals. But I am done with this level, and I think we can go into a cigarette and do like the first couple of floors. I hope that this book or that this orb of channeling doesn't destroy me of energy. It occasionally powers its wielder's spells, but with a chance of causing confusion or draining the wielder's intelligence, it becomes more likely to activate and less likely to backfire with evocation's skill. And it just so happens that I have 13 evocations. I wonder how much I should have to reliably use that without dying in the process. Let's go do a bit of the cigarette. Yes. Have I even found the cigarette? It must be in the final level of the depths that I am ready to do, I feel. After all, I literally just did Bolts 5 and I dumpstered Bolts 5. There were like no points during that level where I was like, oh, I might die. No, nothing like that. Magical energy flows into your mind. I have 49 intelligence. Excuse me, should I just like take this off and put it on when I have more invocations or evocations? I probably should do that. So we're gonna take off the Orb of Energy for now. Maybe let's go back for the buckler. Yeah, you shouldn't have dropped it. Oh, there's a glowing buckler on the Crypt 3. Could be a buckler of poison resistance. I definitely value that slightly more than protection. That's a shame. Let's go back for that buckler of protection in Bolts 5. Let's put that on. You cannot carry that many items. That's a shame. Time for me to drop something. You know, I used to press the spacebar to scroll the dropping menu. I have done that for 11 years. So the fact that it is disabled now kind of sucks to me. I would definitely like love to disable the current state of this menu. Like the highlight thingy sucks to me. Like I absolutely despise it. And the fact that I cannot press the spacebar to scroll on this menu also really sucks. Um, I hope that I don't have to get used to not using the spacebar, and instead I just get to disable this version of this thing. Let's drop a couple more things. Amnesia. Let's drop enchant weapon. I mean, we don't need that with this character. Let's drop Berserk Rage. Let's drop Attraction. Let's drop Attraction. This is the kind of character that doesn't want Attraction. It's a very powerful consumable. It's not a consumable for every character in the game. Let's drop Box of Beasts too. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that particular item. It can be good. It's just not what I like to use very often. 2.7 in 0.27. Oh, in 2.7, probably like super old crawl. You had that item in staff form, and it held like it like fired a lot, even up to 16 evocations. Drain of Intelligence means that you have to swap it out for half the time. Yes, that kind of sucks. If you have the skill gray and use that spell type, Scotty, you sound like someone that has never played Crawl, and let me tell you that I appreciate that. Like, I definitely enjoy having new players on the stream. Um, I don't think that I am expressing myself properly. Like, the whole magic system is slightly complicated. Um, to explain to someone that's like a brand new player. So these skills, like the ones that are grayed out in this screen, are the ones that I'm not currently training. So I could train them, but I'm just not doing so right now. They're off. Like the only ones that are on are Fire Magic and Conjurations, but I could train other things. Like I can turn on Fighting and Staves and Unarmed Combat and other things. But of course, I don't want to do that. I only want to train Fire Magic and Conjurations right now because my objective is to cast a Firestorm. Because I got an item that synergizes extremely well with being able to cast Firestorm. Firestorm is one of the highest level spells in the game, one of the most expensive spells to get in the game. Like, actually, it's tied for the most expensive spell that you can get in the game. Chain Lightning is also equally as expensive, and that's pretty much it. Only Firestorm and Chain Lightning. Polar Vortex, Shatter, Death's Door are cheaper because they're single school. But regardless, this spell is incredible. It deals a ton of damage. The targeting allows you to hit things outside of your line of sight. It's ridiculously strong. And I don't get to use it very often, so I want to use it on this character. But we're still not there yet. As you can see, 75% chance to fail it. That's the reason why I'm only training Fire Magic and Conjurations, because those are the two skills that I need to have highly to be able to cast that spell. But I cannot wait. I really cannot wait. You've seen it but never dug into the gameplay. I'd recommend you to give it a try. This game is a game that doesn't hate the player. It's not like NetHack. In NetHack, you can typo, and NetHack will literally kill you for typoing, depending on how bad your typo is. In Crawl, very frequently, the game is like, do you want to do that? Or sometimes it even is like, why would you want to do that? So the game doesn't let you kill yourself by like stepping on lava or other things that would be very bad for you like that. It's a very nice game. It is a game. It's not like a wiki simulator where like half your time playing the game is spent reading the wiki, or more than half your time is reading the wiki, and less than that is just like enacting what the wiki tells you to do or to not do to win the game. In this game, there's no amount of help that will make you win the game because of the variety of situations that the game puts you in. But as long as you know the fundamentals, you can get very consistently out of the early game and into ideally a win, or most frequently like later in the game, very consistently. If you use Blink to translocation level, even though it's gray, the way that it works is that whenever I kill things, I gain experience, and that experience goes from to these skills. So it doesn't matter what I'm using or not. I can direct the experience towards the things that I actually want to train, regardless of what I'm using or not using. It used to be how you mention it, but that was like way too long ago. Like actually 11 years ago or so. It was very quickly changed after I started playing the game, and everyone loved the change. Yeah, this game has seen so many changes, and right now I would say that it is in a very good spot, and it's also really, really difficult. It's very fair, but it's very hard. So yeah, I love this game. This game is fantastic. Let's go do Depths 4. Final level of the Depths. This level will have a cigarette. It's guaranteed to have a cigarette. Oh, it's this vault. I hate this vault. This vault has a bunch of houses, and it's like like an open level with extremely high level monsters, pretty much. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw Caustic Shrikes and Juggernauts here, which are pretty much the hardest or the most dangerous monsters that can generate in this place. Um, so yeah, this is gonna be fun. Ignition gets rid of those guys. I have low mana. Let's go upstairs. At some point, I should also train a bunch of evocations so I can use that Orb of Channeling. Yeah, that's like the one orb that I am interested in using. And yeah, there it is, a Caustic Shrike. A swift nightmarish bird whose razor-sharp metallic feathers drip with corrosive acid. This is one of the scariest things that the game can throw at you at this point in the game. It's really late into the game, and this is so scary, especially because they frequently don't come alone. It's not uncommon to see 4 Caustic Shrikes in the screen at the same time, and as you can see it's resistant to fire and cold, which are the things that I am doing. A bunch of my spells are cold and fire. It also has body movement, so there's no guarantee that the Orb of Destruction will hit it. Fortunately, I hit it twice. Zombie hand siren shot. Yeah, zombie hand siren shot is super good for dealing with Caustic Shrikes and for dealing with almost the entirety of the game, to be completely fair here. We got Sojobo, Queen of the Tengu. We could have gone for silencing Sojobo with File of Laws, but I didn't feel like there was a need to do so. And very fortunately, I was completely right. There was no need to do that to Sojobo. Okay, hold on. That's fine. Do I have resistance to corrosion? I do. Huh. Interesting. When did I get that? Oh yeah, I guess I put it on after doing crypt. What I'm really interested in is oh wait, that ring of wizardry might be huge. Yeah, that might be a big deal. Hold on, let me escape the level. Put on a ring of wizardry. We are gonna replace that. Search for Firestorm once again. I'm probably gonna have to buy it very soon. Firestorm. 32%. What happens if I take off the buckler? I don't think it will be very impactful to take off the buckler because I already have like 18 skill in shields, or more like 13, but 30. Yeah, it's not very impactful. But there will be a point where I will feel like those 2% will be a big deal. It's just not there yet. Oh, I should buy that book before going into the cigarette, so I can learn Firestorm in the middle of the cigarette. After all, the cigarette will give me incredible amounts of experience. That's a really good item to have, especially when you can't worship Behemoth. It is. It's just that I want to use it. Don't misunderstand me. It's just that I don't think it's usable with 13 evocations. You should put on Robe of Folly to how it is castable. Robe of Folly doesn't really help you cast the spells, I'm pretty sure. Brilliance doesn't have any effect on your success rates. It only gives you half mana cost and extra spell power. Really, really, really sure that it doesn't have any effects on your success rates. Increases the power of your magical spells and it halves the mana cost of your spells. Oh, +8 intelligence. Good point, Shaper. Good point. The +8 intelligence might be impactful here. Might have something to do with that. So let's try that at Shaper's request. And it's a pretty good request, I have to say. You're completely right here. 21. It's not there yet. If I take off the buckler, it's 19%. I'm pretty sure it's 19%. So we're really close. We're really close. I can taste it. We only need a teeny tiny bit of skill to be able to cast it, and then it's gonna be fun. Like if the game is telling me that I feel powerful over wearing the robe of Archmagi, I'm gonna feel even more powerful the moment that I can actually use that. Um, And it's coming. It's coming soon. It's not gonna be today, but it's gonna be tomorrow. Like, um, for now, or today I'm gonna finish this level, and that's gonna be it for the night. Tomorrow I'm gonna go into a cigarette, and I already have spells that are extremely good for a cigarette. Like I have ignition and refrigeration. That's all that I really need to do a cigarette, unless I get extremely unlucky, and I don't think I will get extremely unlucky. Um, but with those I can do my first cigarette, and then I can get enough experience to cast Firestorm. I'm very likely to get the experience actually in the middle of a cigarette. So that's gonna be fun. We can look forward to that tomorrow. It's very fun how this character went from whoa, 9 intelligence and poison resistance. Whoa, the game keeps throwing incredible items at me. I can't believe it. I am actually astonished. How is this happening? I am obviously gonna put that on. Um, I have no mana, unfortunately. Gotta run away from the Spriggan Defender. Hold on. Hog a wall, cast this, cast a bit of this. Wait until the Spriggan Defender dies. Aha, there we go. Dying through the wall. And now, like, that is a crazy good ring. I can't believe it. It's actually incredibly good. I can replace the Ring of Intelligence with it pretty much because it gives me more intelligence and poison resistance and for evasion. And the contamination is like not a factor. Like it doesn't do anything because I'm never taking that off. um, this is insane. Let's take a look at how that works with like first 6 intelligence and then the other thing. I think Wizardry is gonna be better than 6 intelligence, but let's find out. 26%. 68 intelligence. 68 intelligence. That doesn't happen. Like you could be a Chevriel's worshipper and that doesn't happen. That's a really good robe. Oh, that's a really good ring. The ring is really good indeed. Yeah, the ring is amazing. Firestorm incoming, Folly Rope. Yep. 95% power on ignition. 94% power on refrigeration. 77% power on the Orb of Destruction. That's a shame, but I don't have crazy enhancers for that. Jeez, this is absurd. This is actually unreal. This guy had a buckler of resistance too that I could use. Is it better? I mean, it only gives me cold resistance. I don't need it. I'll leave it on the floor. I've never seen this. This is incredible. I have to agree with you there, Shaper. It is incredible. Now, I have something else that I want to try. Wizardry. Firestorm. 16%. It's so close. I can feel it. It's gonna happen. It's not gonna happen today, but it's gonna happen tomorrow, and it's gonna be fantastic. Unless I die. But I don't think I'm gonna die. Let's be completely fair here. I don't think I'm gonna die. Not with a character like this one. That's basically castable at 16%. I don't know. You know why I say that it's not castable? Because it is that's another incredible ring, by the way. Goodbye, Ring of Wizardry. Hello, Ring of Poison and Corrosion Resistance, and also 7 Intelligence. So I can drop this and drop this. I don't think I wanna put on Wizardry. I think I wanna just use these rings for the remainder of the game. That ring, yeah, that ring. Like, I feel like your reaction right now summarizes the entirety of this character. That ring, that staff, that weapon, that item, that spell, like everything has been crazy good. It's unreal. If you were an octopode, if I was an octopode, indeed, if I was an octopode, um, that's why I mentioned in the future. That's why I mentioned in the future that octopodes are so incredible and they scale really hard. Mm, Yeah, really like octopodes. I don't play enough octopodes. But they're pretty fun once they get going. And insane globes. And those globes. All my globes are +0 globes. Yeah, I am pretty sure that the moment that I step into a cigarette, I find some incredible globes. But it might happen the other way around and be like with my octopode that I played the other day. It was like 2 or 3 weeks ago that I played on Octopod and I got no hat. I went for the entirety of the game without ever finding a hat, and I had some really ridiculous rings, but I didn't have a hat. Still waiting to see that Abyss Knight playthrough. See, you should come here earlier because I was wondering what I was gonna play when I started this character yesterday, and I asked the people in the chat, what do you want to see me play? And I completely forgot that you wanted to see an Abyssal Knight. I would have played one. I am very open to taking requests from like the chat. I play like 90% of the characters that are available in this game. I just won't play a Spriggan and won't play a cat pretty much. And also won't play some awful things like Warper or Enchanter. That discards very little characters. Maybe it does discard more than 10% of the characters, but you know my point. I play like almost everything. Play Cat Warper. No, that's very bad. I played Ogre Warper like a couple of months ago. It was really bad. You have no idea how bad it is. It was so bad that I was not like the ideal with that is get to Giant Spike Club and then manifold assault Giant Spike Club, right? And that's the plan with manifold assault or with Ogre Warper. And I was not getting to get Giant Spike Glove because it's really, really weak. I cannot stress enough how bad that is. So yeah, I just like gave up on Ogre Warper, and ever since then, Warpers are kind of blacklisted. That's another beast ring. This bolt has crazy good items. And by the way, this bolt is the reason why I don't do the final level of the depths. This is exactly what I had in mind when I said that I was gonna wait a bit longer to do the final level of the depths. I can also get this bolt in the final level of the dungeon, and it's so difficult. It is so difficult to do this on D15. It doesn't generate exactly like this one. Of course, it doesn't have draconians, it doesn't have giants, but it does have bolt guards, and it has other nasty things. Okay, do I get more intelligence, or do I start getting other things? Obviously, the answer is get more intelligence, and yeah, now we have 65 intelligence. It's gonna be more than 70 when we cast or when we were fully robed. And that coupled with the fact that we're increasing our spell skill like crazy, I am pretty sure that I'm really close to being able to cast Firestorm. This is gonna be incredible. Intelligence equals intink. It's not intink. Formicid Warper. Formicid Warper is also like the thing about Warper is it's not good. It's not good. It's really bad. It needs a hard rework. It needs a spell that is like Scorch or Poisonous Vapors. Maybe it could deal less damage, but it needs a spell that is something like that, so you can reliably play it as a spellcaster. Because as it is right now, it's a bad melee character, and it's a bad spellcaster. You don't have a good reason to be a hard spellcaster until Manifold, and Manifold is not an early game spell. It really is not an early game spell. I have no idea why Warper starts with Manifold. It is not something that you should even try to get that early into the game. Yeah, you need to be able to kill things, and the book doesn't offer you ways to kill things, so you kind of have to go melee, but then your stats are trash for melee because you start as a mage and you start with good intelligence, so like the whole thing doesn't function. It's really a challenge background. Is a bar archer as well? You can There's actually a version of Warper that kind of works for like launchers. It's called Arcane Marksman. It's another background that you can start the game as, and those ones are not terrible just because launchers are like really good in the game. Yeah, if you have never won a character with a launcher, it might be a good idea for you to hurry up and do that because they might be on their way out. Launchers. I would be surprised if they survive for another year. Ah, look at that. Well, someone here mentioned gloves upgrade, right? There it is, gloves upgrade. And it's even +3 globes. Normally globes don't go beyond +2, but Randards don't are not bound by those rules. Look at, jeez, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. This is not real. Let's get out of here and go to one gateway to a cigarette. Not gonna go in. Probably gonna do SOT first, just to gain more experience. Let's wear the robe of folly for the 8 intelligence. Let's find Firestorm. What else do the globes do besides for dexterity? They don't do anything else other than increase my armor class. And armor class just reduces the amount of damage that you take. It is not guaranteed to reduce it every time, it just gives you a very good chance to reduce the damage that you take. 73 intelligence. Launchers on the way out, like bows and slings. Yes, like bows and slings and crossbows. It's very unlikely that they will survive to see 2023. Oh, that's it. That's it. Now, at this point, I consider Firestorm to be cancelable. Then 13% is bad, but as soon as I start killing things with Firestorm, I already can see it going down very fast. What the sun part of it did, it's only flavor text. Most of these items have like flavor text on their names. Like globes of the sun is like randomized appearance. But for practical purposes, what they do is only what you see between like the thingies that I don't know what they're called in English. Like this means that it gives me 2 pips of fire resistance, and you can see my fire resistance in the other side of the screen. As you can see, I have 3 brackets. Okay, the brackets. The effect that they have are the things that are inside the brackets. Curly brackets, curly braces. That one, This is crazy. My next and probably final upgrade is gonna be an Amulet of Mana Regen that gives me, like, I don't know, 17 intelligence or something. Just need a random boxer and amulet now. Yeah, like this character is not real. This is not real. This is not happening. This is too good to be true. Of course, we're gonna take off the Archmagi robe. Gonna go buy that Book of Annihilations. Finally, give me that. I don't know why it was not even in the wish list. It should have been. Um, I could buy Mummy form. I mean, I have that Necronomicon, but I don't think I have the experience to use Mummy form. It's so expensive, and I don't have skill in any of those 2 schools. I'm struggling to get Firestorm, so I don't think I want to or can get Mummy form. Okay. We are going to learn Firestorm. Oh, I cannot learn Firestorm yet. I only have 5 spell levels. Maybe I can Amnesia something. Amnesia. We could Amnesia, Inner Flame, and Freeze. Because I'm not using those anymore. And that gives me enough spell levels to get Firestorm. I'll do that. Okay, now I have 9, and Firestorm is not here, actually. Excuse me, is it happening again where it doesn't appear? Oh, it's happened again. See, it doesn't appear in console, but it appears in tiles. That's crazy. Um, I should bug report that. Okay. What happens if I press A? Oh wow, it gives me the option to learn it, even if it doesn't appear in console. I mean, sure. Um, there it is. Let me put it. Capital F for fire? I guess so. It can be fine. I can't wait until, or for the point where I can put that on the quiver. That's gonna be really funny when I can put it on the quiver. And it's gonna be excellent because I have 58 mana. So that's like more than 10 casts. It's 11 casts of Firestorm. potentially 12 or maybe even 13 because we have to take into account the regen from the Amulet of Mana regen. Yeah, it's gonna be like 13 casts of Firestorm from a full mana bar with the Robo Folly because it halves the cost of Firestorm. This is gonna be such a stupid character. It's already crazy powerful. Like it has 65 intelligence. Um, this feels more Onga Bonga than playing a TAF character. That's how I'm gonna put it. And it's great. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's a 22% chance to fail. Foley puts it at 13. Foley puts it at 13 in this shaper. Just to like show it again. Foley 13. So we're really close to it. Really, really, really close to it. It's just that I will not wear Foley into Sot just to get paralyzed and killed by an instant leech. That's like a terrible way to lose a character that's otherwise so very promising. Let's go to Sot and I'm gonna leave it here for the night. Like I'm not gonna continue apart from killing these guys right here. We can kill them relatively easily, and then tomorrow I'll come back. I'll complete SOT, and we will most likely do a Ziggurat, just like from the very beginning of the stream. After dealing with SOT, we can do the Ziggurat and then cast a bunch of Firestorms. Yeah, there's a very good chance that this character goes to 15 runes, and regardless of that, it's absolutely going to YouTube. Like, even if it dies, it's going to YouTube because it's been like this has to be the luckiest character that I have ever had. I have been playing for 11 years. This has to be the luckiest character that I have ever had. It's crazy. I mentioned the Robo Folly and I got the Robo Folly. I mentioned the elementals. I didn't mention the elemental stuff, but the elemental stuff was like the beginning of the craze that became this character. I can't believe it. I actually can't believe it. I am at a loss for words here. There's no way to describe this character. So I'm very glad that I got to play it, and I'm also very glad that I got to share it with you on the stream. And most importantly, I am very glad that it's gonna go for posterity, that it's gonna go to YouTube, and that I will be able to remember the character forever just by going into YouTube and watching the video. That's also very nice. Fun to watch you get excited. I find it very fun to get excited over all the great items too. Yeah. Anyway, with that being said, thank you for watching. And thank you for hanging out. If you enjoyed what you saw, you should consider following if you're not already following. And if you are, please consider subscribing if you haven't subscribed. Um, I will be back with more of that character